Why you are late? Why are you late today?
Hi, good
Hello.
morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome to final day of ASSHEE 2020. Today we have Dr. Sujit Dasgupta sir. Dr. Sujit Dasgupta sir was serving as Deputy Director General, Geological Survey of India, Kolkata. He is also expert member of Active Fault Mapping Project, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India. Post-retirement, he worked with NHPC during 2011 as consultant for finalization of DPR on hydroelectric projects in Myanmar. He extends expert services as an advisor on earthquake geology for preparation of DPR on site-specific design earthquake parameters for Himalayan dams and oil terminals, projects in UAE and Oman. The list goes on. Today, sir will be delivering lecture on geological faults and notes on seismic hazard. I request Dr. J.R. Kayal sir to chair the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Pooja. Thank you very much. You have good introduction of Shri Sujit Dasgupta, our colleague, GSI colleague, very active person and very knowledgeable person in engineering geology, in active fault mapping. So today we are lucky to have you, Mr. Dasgupta, and I welcome you to this session, and please start your deliberation, please.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Can you see my slide?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, everything is okay. Then let me start. Yeah.
Yes.
Good morning, and thanks to the organizer of second ASSHEE for inviting me to address this virtual workshop dedicated to advanced seismology, seismic hazard, and earthquake engineering. Now, the subject of earthquake science is multidisciplinary in nature, with at least three independent subjects of geology, seismology, and earthquake engineering, along with all possible prefix, suffix, and derivatives to these basic subjects involved. Appropriate cognizance and appreciation to each of these faculties arguably is necessary for an inclusive approach so far as the domain of seismic hazard is concerned. Now, myself being neither a seismologist nor an engineer by profession, I thought of discussing some of the basic issues of fault. I mean, geological fault, movement along which generates earthquake. There is nothing advanced in the presentation and primarily prepared for the student community. And if time permits, we'll speak a few points on the concept of seismic hazard. Well, but before I start, would like to inform that I was a resident of Tripura for 7 years, during 1980, working as a geologist in GSI, and for the last few years since 2017, revisiting Tripura, including early this year, just before the pandemic. Well, good morning once again. I would speak on this geological fault. Uh, you see, you know about, everyone knows about a fault. This is the, you see, this is a fault plane. I just wanted to describe a few points. This is a fault plane, and here this horizon has been down from here, this horizon. So some measurement, this is the throw of the fault, which is the vertical separation between the two same waves which were attached together earlier. Then this is called the throw. This is called the heave. I mean the horizontal displacement between the footwall and the hanging wall. Then this is the deep angle. This is with the horizontal, and on. So in field, hardly only in mesoscopic scale we see faults, but megascopic scale faults are more interpreted rather than seen in the field. To give you just three types of basic three types of faults that generates earthquakes, because I am dealing with the fault because it generates earthquake. This is the normal fault. This is a strikely prism fault, and the focal mechanism are shown. And this is a say thrust fault. How does it look? Coming back to each of these, you see normal fault. You see the one block. This is the hanging wall, the footwall block, how it has come down. And here you can see an animation, though it in nature it doesn't move as fast as is shown here, but still it moves there. And in also a field, you can see a normal fault. This is the field photograph. You see this horizon has come down to here. So this is the throw. This amount, this vertical separation is the throw. This is the heave. This is the deep of the fault plane, and you can see. And in complicated case in Syrian, how normal faults of different generations they form the graben. So it's shown here. Uh, some of the examples of normal fault generated but that have given the earthquake. This is the a normal fault, how it looks in the, it's a 7.1 earthquake of 1959. This is the fault called the Heaven Lake Mountain earthquake of magnitude 7.1. This is also the Boda Peak earthquake of October 28, 1983, how the fault scarp looked immediately after the earthquake. Uh, and then you see this is the Nevada earthquake of December 1684. So these are some of the examples of normal fault from USA, because in India we don't have much of the normal fault earthquakes. In fact, normal fault is very rare in the present day tectonic regime in India, so we don't get it, and so accordingly we don't get also normal fault earthquake. Another, this is a large view of the 1983 Boda Peak earthquake of the Lost River normal fault. You can see the fault scar. Coming to the earthquake, you can see that the thrust earthquake, where the hanging wall has moved up with respect to the footwall. And then also in case of low angle thrust faults, you get how the window structure, we get it. This is an animation for this. You can see this animation, that how a thrust fall. This is the footwall block, how the hanging wall block moves, and this is a live. This is the Chichi earthquake, how the thrust fault has generated a fault propagation fold in it. So this is 1976 Chichi earthquake. These are examples of thrust earthquake, but will try to go back to this. You see the Chichi earthquake in the sports track. You can see this how in the model I am trying to show how a thrust fault, it makes a fold at the surface. You don't see the thrust, you don't see the fault on the surface. On the surface, what you see an escarpment. This is the escarpment. Escarpment, please note that this escarpment itself is not the fault. The fault is here. This is the fold, and in the surface we get the warp, and we get the this type of a scar, similar to what happened in this Chichi earthquake. You can see this scar, the fold. This is the fold. The fault is inside. And I give you one or two examples. If you can see the scar, this is the scar in Assam, Ulta Pani, Lal Bheti scar in Bhutan. You can see this scar directly. It is more than 30 kilometers. It moves from here. This is the scar, and then goes, and then is come here. Even if you see from a different angle, the Thaljora scarp in the West Bengal foothills, you see it is almost 60 to 70-meter high scarp. So you see the scarp and like this, and then you interpret that the scarp has generated due to certain. So why I am spending little more time with the thrust fault, because most of the Himalayan earthquakes, even in the foothills, the active faults, they are all thrust type of earthquake, and actually in field we see this type of structures and interpret on the location of the fault. In a more detailed way, you can see this is the Bhutan foothills, the Assam foothills, and you can see the fold generated blocks which are within the quaternary alluvium, and so the fault will be somewhere here and here, and these are the structures generated by the hidden fault which is below, and you can see a map generated from the fault. And so from the third, these are the uplifted blocks that I was showing you in the image, and so these are the structure, a typical pop-up structure, like one dipping, this fault is dipping towards south and this fault is dipping towards north, and we get isolated blocks separated by the streams. Some of the examples, this is the Kaikoura earthquake of 2016, New Zealand. You can see this is a strike slip earthquake, a thrust with a strike slip component. You can see the huge escarpment of 9 to 10 meter of displacement, of horizontal displacement, and vertical displacement of 1.5 to 3 meter. So huge escarpments and continuous for several kilometers, we can see, particularly when there is a little more of strike slip component along with the thrust fault. On the other hand, a pure strike slip fault, you can see the animation how strike slip fault moving one past the another. So there is no separate footwall or hanging wall. This is that one block moves with respect to another. And this is an example from the Andaman, a subsidiary fault, where we have, you can see a tree which has been torn apart by the strike slip fault. This point has gone here. This is after the 2004 earthquake in the Andaman. So this the main strike slip fault of the San Andreas fault, widely known throughout the world. How does it look with a slip of 35 millimeters per year? This is Dextel fault. You can see the trace of the in the deformation of the trace of the San Andreas fault. How does it look along with folds? So you see always these earthquake generating faults, they are mostly associated with folds. So an indicator is a fold, that when you see a fold, near some very earthquake generating places, you must look for the fault either in the subsurface or in the subsurface. Now, I tried to give you some of the points on the faults, the normal fault, the thrust fault, the strike slip fault, some examples, and then what I want to discuss with you is some of the terminologies that we use, particularly all those people who are involved in earthquake studies, maybe from geology stream, from geophysics, from seismology, for engineering. Knowingly or unknowingly, separate terminologies are used. So what I thought that the standard definition of this terminology should be followed. Sometimes we call neotectonic fault. Now it has got a typical definition. Recent tectonic movement that occurred in the upper part of tertiary and quaternary, which played an essential role in the origin of the contemporary topography. So there are several other also definition. In some countries, this definition, first definition, is followed. In some other countries, the second young tectonic event which have occurred or are likely to be occurring in a given region after its orogeny or after its last significant tectonic event must be set back in time sufficiently far to fully understand the contemporary tectonic activity. Or for the Himalayan domain, all structure from MCT to MFT through MBT and intershewalic thrust are all neotectonic faults. So when we tell neotectonic faults, all these faults that we see in the Himalayan domain are in this sense all are neotectonic faults. Then there is another terminology is used as quaternary fault. Now what is that? Fault and related structure that show direct or indirect evidence of activity since the beginning of quaternary period, that is from 2.58 million years ago. So these are the quaternary faults. Two epochs within quaternary is Pleistocene and Holocene. These are the two periods, and so faults which are activated within this period. So you must have an age. You must have an age control to call it a quaternary fault, either a direct age or some indirect. Then within this quaternary fault, we have a definite group of active faults, which are much discussed these days as separate committees, and many people are working on active faults. So tectonic deformation, including rupturing and displacement of ground surface, etc., etc. You can read it. These are the active fault. Implicit to this is that an active fault is a fault that is likely to become a source of another earthquake sometimes in the future. Now, such tectonic activity, when dated to have last occurred within the Pleistocene epoch, has been designated as potentially active. So within the quaternary fault, we have two classifications. One is as active fault, which is defined in this way, and the other is a potentially active fault. Then another term is used, a seismogenic fault. What is a seismogenic fault? A fault or a segment of a fault that has occurred, that has caused, generated an earthquake with or without surface rupture in the past and or deemed potentially responsible for a future seismic event can be classified as a seismogenic fault. Note that such fault need to be constrained through geological, geophysical, and seismological data for optimum dimension and structural position. Simply mentioning, you can't simply mention any fault as seismogenic fault. So you must have, there must be certain constraints. You must have an age constraint. You must have other constraint, either known to have generated an earthquake in the past, or there are certain signatures, geological signatures or geomorphic signatures that give that it could generate an earthquake in the near future for this, and you have to also give the dimension. For example, the 100-kilometer long Allah Band fault, which is actually a surface fold, as I showed you in the first 2-3 slides, from Kutch, Gujarat, is a seismogenic fault that caused the 1819 earthquake. So you can call the Allahabad fault as a seismogenic fault. Similarly, the 65-kilometer long Balakot-Bak fault, a splay of MBT, is a seismogenic fault that caused the 2005 Kashmir earthquake. So these are, when we tell of these earthquakes, these faults are seismogenic faults because they have generated earthquakes. Note, seismogenic faults may creep or slip small amounts during small to moderate earthquakes, but leave no signs of sudden slip. It is possible. Now, the European database on seismogenic fault that was published in 2013 was compiled in the framework of EU project SHARE. It includes only faults that are deemed to be capable of generating earthquakes of magnitude equal to a large 5.5. So you see, any fault, now what happens in some places, in some articles, we see you see a mesoscopic fault in the field, you see some displacement, and you immediately come to a conclusion that this is a seismogenic fault, this is a earthquake generating fault. You see, for actual application, you see the EU share project only for larger than 5.5 and aims at ensuring a homogeneous input for use in ground shaking hazard assessment in the Euro-Mediterranean region area. Not all faults, not all earthquake generating faults are considered for seismic hazard. They take only because this earthquake for their region, I mean, it may not be applicable for India. There may be some separate criteria. Magnitude equal to greater than 5.5, only those faults they have classified as seismogenic fault, and they have gone for their ground shaking hazard assessment for those areas. So this is important thing that we should also consider when we deal with these geological faults, then quaternary faults, active faults, seismogenic faults, and all these things. There is another term which is called morphogenic earthquake. Now, earthquake that produce recognizable surface deformation. You see, all earthquake doesn't produce recognizable surface deformation, primarily in the form of landforms that reflect changes in surface topography. Such earthquakes have been termed morphogenic earthquake. Both morphogenic blind thrust, like the 1819 Kutch earthquake, with only changes in surface landform, expressed as fold, the Allahabad, and as surface rupture, like the Balakot-Bak fault in this case of Kashmir earthquake. So these are morphogenic earthquakes. That means earthquake that is a structure which has been generated, which is identifiable in the field, that has formed due to an earthquake. So those earthquakes that generate a direct morphogenic evidence on the field are called this morphogenic earthquake. And the most direct geomorphic evidence of a paleo earthquake in a continental compressional environment is a thrust fault scar. As I showed you earlier, I repeat once again, this thrust fault scar is the most is a direct geomorphic evidence of a paleo earthquake in a continental compressional environment in a thrust fault scar. Now, I think having said this on the different type terminologies that are used on the fault, another term that is widely used, lineament versus fault. We almost every time we use lineament, even in our seismotectonic atlas, there are many lineaments, there are many faults. Now, what is the definition? A long linear or gently curved surface on the surface of the earth suggests an underlying geologic structure or lithologic construct. Most lineaments are identified through remote sensing such as satellite imagery or topographic, gravimetric or magnetic data, whereas fault is a planar surface in a brittle rock across which there is an observable displacement. So in a lineament, usually we see a linear structure where we can't, because we see in a very small scale in a in satellite imagery or in some where we cannot see displacement, we call it a lineament. Whereas a fault where there is a significant observable displacement, then a note is added. These all lineaments are not necessarily faults. Please note this. All lineaments are not necessarily. We interchangeably use this terminology, which is not correct. Uh, it could be a simple contact. A lineament could be a simple contact, both unconformable and conformable, between different lithologies, different rock types. A granite and sandstone is a simple straight contact. It may be a lineament, but it's not necessarily a fault. As well, a fracture, joint, bedding surface, fault, any spatial arrangements of rocks could be lineament and not necessarily as fault. This is also one of the criteria that should be kept in mind. Now, coming back to this, I have told something about the faults, the different types of faults, the different terminologies that used in particularly by the people who are dealing with earthquakes, faults, lineaments, and other things, the structures, the seismogenic faults. Then little bit from the geology, if we move to the seismology or seismotectonics, we see there is a big difference between a fault and a rupture during an earthquake. It is not necessary that the entire fault may rupture together. In this example, in this diagram, I am trying to showing, say, this blue mark is a fault. This is a fault plane. Say this is the fault plane, and then in a particular earthquake whose focus is this one, hypocenter is here, this is the rupture of this is the rupture within the fault plane. So, and say for this is an observational station, or and you see how things are measured when this is the epicenter for this epicenter, then say this is the epicentral distance, this is the hypocentral distance. Then for seismic hazard, there are other parameters which are taken into consideration, say from a structure to the top of the rupture, from the structure to the distance of the bottom of the rupture. So the rupture and fall plane, a rupture is formed during an earthquake. So the fault plane and a rupture, they are same, but they are not almost that every fault ruptures in all along the fault is not correct. So this is because I have seen in many discussions that people do not distinguish between fault and a rupture produced by an earthquake on that fault. So, and from this we find out the seismic moment, which is, as also discussed previously, the rigidity, the average displacement, and the rupture area. So physically also you can calculate the without you can usually seismic moment is calculated from the seismograms usually, but even physically, if you know certain, if you have knowledge on the average displacement, the rigidity is constant, it is taken for continental crust, it is fixed. And if you have certain knowledge on the rupture area, because from a magnitude you can have an idea of the rupture area, so you can also calculate the seismic moment immediately after the earthquake. So these are some of the things that how a magnitude of a 4 earthquake, a fault area is one, and the typical dimension of the these are the rupture area. It is written so you can have that a 8 magnitude earthquake, it must have a rupture area of 10,000 square kilometers. So unless you have that much surface available for the rupture to propagate, you won't have. So sometimes without understanding this basic feature, we go on telling that in some places there will be 7 magnitude earthquake, there may be 8 magnitude earthquake, oh such a big fault. You must keep in mind that you need this amount of fault area to get magnitude of this, and these are some of the notes that you can read it afterwards. This is available. I have also given a copy of this slide to your to the Institute of NIT Agartala. You can have a look, give, and then with it, what I'll say that to have, having said so, you can have a look of our earthquakes. So this is the 1905 Kangra earthquake. You see this rupture area is, its length is about 100 plus minus 20, width is 55, and the slip is 4. So it gives a moment magnitude of 7.8. So this is the Kangra earthquake. This is for the Bihar Nepal earthquake, I mean, with the revised epicenter that has been given by Molnar and others. So you can have, and even Bilham 2019. So you can have a rupture area of length 150, width 85, slip this, and you get a magnitude of 8.1 to 8.2 for the Bihar Nepal earthquake 34. Similarly, the small earthquakes like Uttarkashi, where you have a fall length of this called 12 kilometer width and 1 to 3 meter of slip, you get magnitude 8. Similar for Chamoli. For Kashmir, you get 100, 100 to 25, 30 kilometers, 4 meter of slip. You get a magnitude of 7.8. Similarly, for the Nepal earthquake, 100 to 120 kilometer of fault length. You 60 yesterday, someone was referring to about the, and day before yesterday in the lecture, that you see, so long as we have seen the earthquake, we have not seen much more greater than 150 length in the Himalayan also earthquake rupture length. So it doesn't go beyond, at least till now. Leave aside the 1950 because or the Shillong Plateau earthquake, the Nepal, the Himalayan earthquakes, particularly those three, the 2005, this 1934 and 1905, hardly they crossed 100, 150. So just having said so, trying to, this is not, my intention was to give you a spectrum of the interface between a hard rock geologist and to a seismologist or practicing earthquake geologist and engineer. So some basic thing in between, and then after saying all these things, that you see fault and then everything, we must avoid the fault because there are so many faults can rupture, it can earthquake, but lot of papers are being published, lot of work is being done even in India, and but in practice when we go, see what happens. Can you see a fault? Directly you can see a fault in this sediment. You see there is a distinct displacement, you can see. And out of all places, people has gone and bought a structure just on the fault plane, a constructing building on a fault. You don't need an earthquake to destabilize this building. It will crack and it may collapse if there is even a centimeter of another displacement. And for your information, this is government building. So be wise, apply all our theoretical knowledge to in engineering practices, and not constructing, going and after doing all these things and going and directly constructing building a government building on a fault. Well, this is the only example in the world that in a rupture, a fault, an active fault that has disturbed, or during an earthquake, a concrete dam failure due to seismic uplift. You know, the designs for the earthquake designs for which you have heard lectures earlier, they are mainly for the seismic shaking. The design are made to compensate the horizon, mainly the horizontal seismic shaking. But if you can design it, but it is very difficult unless you know whether your structure is located over a fault. For as happened in this case, you see this dam was located on the river and on a fault which was not known, which was not detected, and so directly during the earthquake the fault ruptured. This is not due to seismic design. Note it, design was perfect, it could withstand any earthquake of this, but unfortunately the dam was located on a fault. If it is located on a fault, and the fault ruptures, then no design will, unless you know it beforehand that you are designing a structure on a fault, then no design will help to survive such structures. So this is just two takeaway from what I have tried to say. And so I think for this part, I give you a thanks, but there is another part, a very small part. I think I have got some another 10 to 15 minutes. So I can move on to another small topic, but with, this is more with pictures all from Tripura. So homely, this is on notes on some seismic hazard. Having said so much on the faults and other things. So in every slide you will see a picture or a something from Tripura, which I just snapped a few days back. I mean a few months back. So to have a feeling and convey you some of the messages. And also, you know, there is a proverb in Japan that when an earthquake strikes, flee to the bamboo forest. Why the Japanese are suggesting that when a earthquake strikes, flee to the bamboo forest? Because bamboo allow large fractural deformations, since its outer layer retains the tensile stress while the softer inner layer undergoes large compressive deformation. This combination of fiber-rich outer part and the compressible inner part is responsible for the fractural ductility of bamboo. And you see the structure, as it is it's a high fractural ductility, it doesn't quickly snap. It swings, and it's the safe side when there is an earthquake. If there is and in Tripura there is no dearth of bamboo forest, so just flee to the nearest bamboo forest to be safe. Now, this is my experience in various public gathering, workshop, awareness program, or earthquake hazard, etc. Particularly where there are many administrative people, I often raise a few questions, primarily for face reading of the audience and their response, if at all. This I cannot do this time because I cannot read the audience of the face of the audience. The questions are like, any rough idea on where and how earthquake occurs? What is the seismic status of the region where you live? Do you know that earthquakes cannot be predicted in the sense that it is socially useful? Have you thought that even if short-term forecasting for a large earthquake is issued, one cannot save properties if it has not followed anti-seismic design code? Surprisingly, so far as my experience goes, even educated gathering are mostly clueless to such queries, without whose involvement seismic hazard assessment and disaster mitigation strategies will remain on the desktop of scientists and engineers. Now, I quote it from a para from my keynote address, which I gave to this national workshop in 2011 in Guwahati. What I mean to convey is that government agencies, major industrial houses, hydroelectric and nuclear project authorities, etc., are aware of the scientific and technological advances being made and take recourse to expert intervention for earthquake hazard and risk mitigation. But what happens to the common man strata that are not conversant with the sophisticated seismic hazard and risk mitigation products? After all, it is the common man's life and property that mostly gets destroyed in earthquake. So awareness on the intensity level of seismic hazard in different parts of the country and availability to user-friendly earthquake-resistant design code, data, information, and map products are the key issues that needs addressed. What I was trying to convey even in that and in almost in every disaster mitigation, I am a regular speaker in different disaster mitigation program. I try to convey that there is two different, we go for very highly sophisticated design criteria and with in different levels of design, very well done, and India is one of the, we have top earthquake engineers to do that. That's the one side of the story. And the other side is, because other side is that there is no product for the common man. When we, the common man, designs his structure, a 2 or 3 story building, he or she can't afford to buy or purchase the design products which are from the sophistication. So now what happens? It is not only for the common man, it is also for what happens, also for our the high planner people. Now a question has been raised by someone: do probabilistic seismic hazard map address the need of the population? Now I am not asking this question. This question is asked by Max Weiss. What he says: estimating the seismic hazard probability is a standard practice applied to estimating the peak ground acceleration for which a built environment must be designed. Seismic hazard is presented on maps, as we have seen yesterday also, or meters per square second m or equivalent fraction of g, not to be exceeded with certain probability and within a selected period, both chosen by the author of the map. The author of this paper, which is published in 2015 in the journal called Geoethics, Max Weiss argues that there are ethical as well as technical issues to this approach. For engineers who built a high dam or a reservoir, it is essential to, as a given spectrum of acceleration in m square, in order to design the dam to resist the acceleration deemed possible by seismologists. However, for a governor of a province with seismic activity, a map with colors representing m by s square is incomprehensible and therefore useless. I propose that the seismic hazard should be translated into seismic risk, expressed in number of casualties to be expressed, such as decision makers and publics can visualize the extent of etc. etc. What I mean to say that what I conveyed, I was conveying in 2000, maybe in a different language, in a different day. The same thing has been conveyed in 2015 after 4 years by, so I again repeat it, that we should go by, well, because a government agency, a industrial township or a nuclear power project they will always take recourse to the availability of the scientific inputs of seismic engineering, engineering seismology, with experienced person do there. But so the product, they have the money to generate this product on the case by case basis. But as a common man, we don't have that. No one will go for this highly sophisticated. And when a big earthquake occurs, it is mostly the common man's building that gets damaged, and they are the first casualty. So damage to engineering structures caused by earthquake is both. I will not go much into the details because I have almost take time. So enjoy this. What I have written. You can some of the pictures. What we wanted to say that most required is the preparedness that must be taken, the propagation, that the how the it can affect the common man, how it can be this thing that way. So preparedness is one of the most important thing, and preparedness involves integrated combination of planning, procedure, protocol, training, exercises, etc., etc. It can be strategic preparation, it can be operational. So preparedness planning, there are standard, every things are there. Then it can be always there can be a pre-incident planning, and this enables official to focus decision making on a particular incident's unique features alone that can be translated to take some the established operating standard procedure, and some of the very common features that one should be associated with, that we should go on doing this thing: collection, analysis, dissemination, and management of data regarding historical incidences to support strategic planning. Some examples are given here, how things are done, and how, because these are the things that has to be communicated to the general mass, where they are living, how the area that they are living, how much earthquake prone is there. We must go back to the earlier days when the last earthquake or the major earthquake that has happened, in which part a community where they're staying, what happened during an earthquake that occurred 100 years back in that particular area. So these are the things that should be continuously churned and given to the MUB, and the value-added maps that should be given in the public domain: isoseismal map, a common seismic zonation map, GSAP map, a shear wave velocity map, a relative amplification map, fundamental frequency, liquefaction map. These are the common products, and with some amount of explanatory note can be explained to the common man, rather than site-specific m by a square and other this thing. Explain them, explain to the common man that if you build a city, don't mix up that 30-storied building and 2-storied building side by side, because their fundamental frequencies are different, and it may one may damage another, even in a very small earthquake. So in European country, they do it. Practically, they do it. And how with the design, with every building, tell the people that your building, it is a 3-storied or 4-storied building. It is the fundamental, your fundamental frequency is this. The fundamental frequency of yours, where the building is located, is such and such. So instead of you constructing a 8-storied building where there is a possibility of getting a resonance frequency, in case of, make it 6 or 5 or 12, so that you avoid that particular frequency. So these are the common things that you can extend and explain to the people, and give it and to this. So avoid this type of soft story building. Give them this message. uh, Go for symmetric building without making too much of architectural things, and keep sufficient gaps between buildings, otherwise one building will bounce on the other building. And uh, well I thought of sharing some of the pictures of Tripura with you, and then well, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your informative session.
So, was it okay? I took my time.
Yes, sir,
Sir?
you were on time. Yes, sir, you were on time.
Very much. Very much on time. So,
Yes, sir.
should I take
Moving
over,
to the
Pooja?
question answer session.
Yes. Yes, Sujit, it was really very wonderful lecture, wonderful deliberation, and you give us share your extensive knowledge and experiences with the audience, with the participants. It was excellent to give us the understanding of the active faults and different types of faults. And for the common people, your message is well taken. It's a very important message that you have given. They don't understand the frequency or the acceleration in terms of meter per second square, all these things. So I think and you also clarified the seismic hazards and seismic risk. Actually, the common people should know about their risk of life in their area, what can happen. So very well, very well documented lecture you have given. Thank you so much. Now the platform is open for question. Yes, there is one question from Professor Raghukant. What's your comment on? Can you see it, Sujit? Okay, I will read for you.
Yes.
Okay, I will read for you. What's your comment on dams?
Dam of the
What's your
Himalaya.
comments on dams in Himalayas, which are built on top of faults?
This is a you are. I may be dragged into some controversial. It's a controversial domain, but the thing is that incidentally, what happened in the last part of this, in one of the dams in northeastern India, in the very last stage, I was in certain as an certain committee or in a certain meeting. Uh, you see what happens. There was one comment. There are Dr. Kyle also know there were many comments that why a particular dam is vulnerable to get damaged or at risk is being constructed at the foothills of the Himalaya. One question was there raised that if an earthquake of greater than magnitude 8 directly occurs below that dam, what will happen? You have not designed the dam to withstand that much of acceleration that an 8 magnitude earthquake may generate. Now, the thing is that I have given all the reply is in official document, but I can share only one thing is that you look at the I gave you the rupture area that you require for an earthquake of magnitude 8 plus. You need at least 10,000 square kilometer area of to be ruptured. Now, where will you put, even if an 8 magnitude earthquake occurs, where you will put that earthquake, its epicenter, I mean, if its epicenter, say Nepal earthquake, its epicenter is almost 80 kilometer north of the foothills. So even in the Nepal earthquake, if that Nepal earthquake would have been even of magnitude instead of 7.8 or 7.9, it would have been little more better. The acceleration that would have come to the foothills, its epicenter cannot be within the foothills. Because if it is a thrust earthquake, if it is epicenter is within the foothills, it will not get the width. It may extend for 100 200 kilometer, but it will not get the width of 60 to 80 kilometer to make a rupture area of 1,000 kilometer. So it's very difficult to get a magnitude of 8.5 or 8.4 or 8.6 where the deformation front in the foothills is very narrow in not except in areas where the in recess in reentrant like Kangra reentrant where the foothill, the MFT and MBT itself, the distance is 100 kilometers. There you may get a large earthquake of magnitude 8 plus within the foothills, because most of the dams are being constructed within the foothills. But in northeastern India, where there is not much of reentrant and where the MFT and MBT is hardly width is 10 kilometer, you can't get an epicenter below the dam or below any structure there to generate a magnitude 8 earthquake. And for other things, well,
I think very well answer given. Can you see the next question, Sujit?
yes, yes, potential magnitude for the fault which is capable of generating. Sir, how can assign potential generating an earthquake? Kindly explain the parameter used for assigning the magnitude for the fault. What's the question? Is so can how one can assign this? I didn't follow this. Well. You see, whatever I presented, whatever I made the presentation, you see, I didn't read out everything, but I think many of the answers are there in the presentation. So kindly go through it, and then I am always available. You can always in ResearchGate, you give me mail, your any question, I am always there to give reply, and I share everything, every details I give it to you. Even entire seismotectonic map I have given to everyone who have asked me for this any one of the pages. So
Yes,
you give
Sujit. Next question. Sujit, can you attend the next question, please?
it appears that all faults are not seismogenic. Yes, do we have any criteria to identify them? Yes, you have the criteria to identify them. As I told you, particularly in a thrust environment, the most obvious is a thrust fault scar. So, if we like what we understand, that some of those structures might have generated earthquakes in the past, and from age dating you can find, we can bracket the date, and that's why. But it's always not 100%. This is not physics, or this is geology, so there are a lot of assumptions, there are a lot of subjectivity. So don't we shouldn't take everything, we shouldn't take that it is coming from Gita or Bible. It's a lot of subjectivity is there, and one must appreciate those things before coming into anything like conclusion like that.
If there is no other questions, I think we should all thank Sri Sujit Dargupta. He has really given us an enlightening aspect of the active faults and how one should be careful with the seismogenic fault. He has given a lot of notes and lot of suggestions. So I think it is wonderful lecture, Sujit. Thank you so much. So
Thank you, sir.
I thank you so much. And now I over to Pooja, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Sujit, sir, before concluding the session, I request you take up one question for our participants for the quiz session, sir. Can you take up one question for our participants for quiz session from your lecture, sir?
Yeah, what could be the rupture area for an earthquake magnitude of 7?
Okay. Thank you for the question, sir. Would you mind repeating the question for one more time?
What could be the maximum or approximate rupture area for an earthquake of magnitude 7?
Okay, sir. Thank you for the question. We'll be taking the answer from you on the later part of the time. And thank you so much for the educative session from your end. It was pleasure having you here, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And thank you, Kyle, sir, for chairing the session. Let us wind up the first technical session of the day and let's come back after a short break. Let's take a break now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me announce the winners of the yesterday's quiz. Winners of yesterday's quiz are Niranjan Bora, Gautami, Diksha Sinha, Suman Sinha, Ravi Shankar Vaishnav, Aroi Sachin. Congratulations to all the winners. And winners are requested to send an email to asheeworkshop19@gmail.com for further communication. Thank you. Let us take a short break and we'll be coming back soon.
The ASSHEE International Workshop was formulated in 2019 by NIT Agartala through an international collaboration with Russia, Finland, and Italy. It achieved an overwhelming success from the students, young scientists, engineers, and professionals, not only in Asian countries, and African countries like Nigeria, but also in developed countries like Russia, Finland, Italy, and Japan. The ASSHEE is now a phenomenal international platform to exchange knowledge, expertise, and experience for benefit to the society, particularly to the young students, researchers in the field of earth sciences, earthquake engineering, civil engineering, and seismic hazard mitigation. NIT Agartala recommends you to join ASSHEE 2020 for a wholesome experience in the field of advanced seismology, seismic hazards, and earthquake engineering.
আছে, তো আপনাদের দেখাচ্ছে তো মানে সেন্টারে রেখে দাও দেখাচ্ছে।
The ASSHEE International Workshop was formulated in 2019 by NIT Agartala through an international collaboration with Russia, Finland, and Italy. It achieved an overwhelming success from the students, young scientists, engineers, and professionals, not only in Asian countries, and African countries like Nigeria, but also in developed countries like Russia, Finland, Italy, and Japan. The ASSHEE is now a phenomenal international platform to exchange knowledge, expertise, and experience for benefit to the society, particularly to the young students, researchers in the field of earth sciences, earthquake engineering, civil engineering, and seismic hazard mitigation. NIT Agartala reckons you to join ASSHEE 2020 for a wholesome experience in the field of advanced seismology, seismic hazards, and earthquake engineering.
Hello, welcome back, everyone. And I apologize for the technical issues caused by us. We really regret it, and sorry for the inconvenience caused. Let us start our second technical session of the day. We have Dr. Rajiv Shah, who is presently working as an associate professor of civil engineering in NIT Agartala, Tripura. He has completed his PhD from IIT Bhubaneswar, on-board area of research topic on earthquake engineering. He has developed exposure on some infinite element-based software packages such as STAD, SAP, COMSOL, MATLAB, etc. He received special mention for doctoral research problem from eminent scientist of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam sir, during inauguration of first research scholar day at Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, Trivandrum, on 16 December 2011. And again, the list goes on. Today, sir will be delivering lecture on seismic fragility analysis considering ground uncertainty. I request Dr. Richi P. Sharma sir to chair the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Pooja.
You're welcome, sir.
So today with us, one of the key person, research person of NIT Agartala, Dr. Rajiv Shah. So he is associate from NIT Agartala from long back, and he has studied so many vast area, and specifically he has studied the system dynamics. Specifically mentioned the pipe and the foundation for the different types of forces, and his team and his associate actively engaged for the different analytical as well as the experimental work. So today he is going to present an excellent topics of seismic fragility analysis considering the ground uncertainty. So I am requesting the Dr. Rajiv Shah to present his views on this topic. Over to Rajiv Shah.
You want to confirm me? Am I audible, Pooja?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
You are audible.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Please. Okay. So please excuse me if there is any network issue. I'll rejoin again. So first of all, my heartiest thanks as well as greetings on the end of this year. And this particular year is organizer, my colleague, Dr. Seema Ghosh, Kayal sir, and obviously my other peer group researchers for this field, as well as for today's participants and my beloved students. So just quickly, I'm going to my sharing screen, going to my share screen. Yes. Just give me 1 minute to share the screen.
Sure, sir.
Just confirm me, is it visible to everyone?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Fine, thank you. So I'll not take too much time because I know this complete workshop is enriched with lot of important topics on mainly focusing on seismology, which is a very important issue, specialized area of today's world. And from this particular area, I have chosen to speak on today seismic fragility assessment of structures considering ground uncertainty and dynamic soil structure interaction. So first of all, let me speak about the background of choice of this particular topic after receiving the invitation, that I should think that as Professor Kayal has rightly mentioned, yesterday I was hearing his note that he has rightly mentioned regarding the influence or effect of earthquake is coming in by the term of damage of the structures. It kills the people only by the damage of the structures, not by itself the cause of the earthquake. So with that focus, today I have chosen this particular topic, fragility assessment. Although I think most of the people have known this topic, fragility assessment of structures, and especially I will focus on the ground uncertainty, as the most of the theme of this particular conference is the geo. I mean, geo means earth. So I will take a small note of the earth, that is the obviously the shallow crust level, the level of uncertainty we engineers we used to consider, or we used to take care of this particular issue in design. And most important in presently in earthquake engineering happening, or is a you can say it is a missing link in the design, is the fragility assessment. So I will take a small note of the fragility assessment.
Sorry for the interruption. I guess Sir is facing some technical issue. He'll be joining us soon. Let us wait for a few more seconds. Sir will be rejoining us. We are trying to connect with Rajiv Sir. I request everyone to please bear with us. We are sorry for the inconvenience caused. Kindly bear with us. Before Sir joins, let me announce the winners of yesterday's quiz once again. The winners are as follows: Niranjan Bora, Gautami, Diksha Sinha, Suman Sinha, Ravi Shankar, Aroi Sachin. Congratulations to all the winners. And I request winners to send an email to ASSHEEworkshop19@gmail.com for further communication. Thank you. In few more seconds, Rajiv sir will be connecting. Please bear with us.
Am I
Yes,
audible?
sir. Yes, sir.
I think now I am in a stable network. I hope so.
Yeah.
Sorry,
You can
sorry for
continue
the.
now, sir.
Okay, sorry for the interruption.
Completely
Let me.
fine, sir. Yeah.
Okay. I'm starting. So I think I have already. Is it visible and am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
You're
you are
audible
audible.
as well as visible.
Fine now. Okay. So so the topic I have chosen for today's presentation is focusing on fragility assessment of structures and the emphasizing on the ground uncertainty and dynamic soil structure interaction, which is a very important parameter in today's design, as well as the ground uncertainty is also important for assessing the fragility assessment. So my today's presentation is a brief presentation on the overall.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sorry for the interruption. Can you make it full screen, sir? Your
Sure,
presentation?
sure.
Yes, sir. You can go ahead. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Well, so this is the some pictorial presentation for our institute, National Institute of Technology, Agartala. It's a green campus, though it is really a lively campus where we are groomed up for last 15 years. So these are the courses which is offering by this particular institute, a broad spectrum of courses you can see. So with this, let me start today's topic. Again, the fragility, when we talk about the fragility, then obviously we are going to address this particular issue, seismic probabilistic risk assessment. So the probabilistic, obviously it is quite related and very authentic, or very quite appropriate term for when we're dealing the seismic motion. As Professor Kayal has already, last day, Kayal sir has already mentioned regarding the cause of earthquake, and one participant has asked the question whether this end of this 2020 will be facing any major earthquake in this zone or not, in Northeast India or not. So he has rightly answered, the earthquake it may cause, no prediction, no reliable prediction theory has come up till date, and obviously the structures which are mainly being constructed that basically cause the disaster, right? So with this note, that my today's presentation is completely focused on this engineering design of the structure, and probably we focus on the seismic probability assessment, as it is very authentic that seismicity is a very uncertain tool or uncertain mechanics. Obviously the seismic motion which is generated at a higher depth at the bedrock level, and it passes through the heterogeneous medium, I mean the soil mass system, when it is being embedded in a soil mass in the shallow crust level. So heterogeneity is all around. And obviously when this ground motion, if you see the ground motion spectrum of ground motion, we can see there is another course, obviously course of variability or uncertainty in the motions, right? Near fold motion, far fold motion, the frequency distribution in the motions, this is also an uncertain game. So comprising both these parameters, seismic design should have the design concept of probabilistic risk assessment. And it is very common, well known to everybody. When you deal this particular probabilistic risk assessment thing, obviously we generally used to address the vulnerability assessment of any particular area. It may be vulnerability from the point of view of ground vulnerability. It may be the structural presence of the structural vulnerability. It can sense out in comprising complete vulnerability. Obviously, when you talk about the vulnerability, hazard and assets are obviously the correlated terms which we have to address generally. So this particular focusing with this vulnerability term, the vulnerability, when you talk about vulnerability, then definitely the fragility is a statistical tool or a very comprehensive tool by which we can represent the vulnerability of any structure in a comprehensive manner. So with this, let us just see the basic thing, the interrelationship between reliability and the vulnerability. So all of you know that reliability means the ability of a system to perform at a specified limit. So the one typical curve was shown over here, which is nothing but the probability density function, which representing the reliability, I mean the probability of failure, which we used to calculate considering a particular limit state. So limit state is important when you talk about reliability. And obviously vulnerability is another form of the definition of reliability. Other way we can say vulnerability refers to inability of system to withstand the strains and the effect of failures. So obviously the probability of failure, when you represent in terms of cumulative probability density function, CDF function, obviously this is a mathematical statistical parameter. The understanding is that vulnerability, when you represent, when we set out any limit states, and when you find out that these particular limit states are being crossed, or the structure is going to anticipate some failure, then obviously we used to find out this term vulnerability. This is an intercorrelated term. And if you see the definition of fragility, and fragility is nothing the another way of form of presenting the vulnerability, right? So if you speak about the definition of fragility, you can see on the slide, we have tried to write the mathematical expression, that is the integration of the probability of failure, and alpha is nothing but the intensity measure. So obviously when we talk about vulnerability or fragility, the important term is coming into picture, that is the IM, intensity measure. That what is the intensity measure? And intensity measure, presently we can see, we can use right from the beginning. We have seen the macro seismic level intensity, I mean the MMI scale. Then it has come up the acceleration, peak ground acceleration. Now people are using spectral acceleration, spectral displacement, pseudo spectral velocity. All these intensity terms come into picture, right? So now you see this is nothing but the integration of this probability of failure multiplied by the probability of hazard. So you can see the P alpha, this is the hazard, H is represented by hazard. This is the hazard, all of you know that this is the cumulative or annual, this is the exceedance probability, annually exceedance probability is being represented by hazard. So now it is basically, truly sense, it is mathematically we can say the fragility is nothing but the conditional probability. If you set out some conditions, and if you find which is failing those conditions, by this mathematical expression we can represent the conditional probability to find out the fragility. Or other way, it is popularly represented as a log normally distributed function, the fragility function. So this is the basic understanding. I think all of you know this, the difference between reliability and how to present in the form of vulnerability. That is the main topic of today's presentation. Now, well, coming to the next slide, that is fragility curves. So just I would like to mention the state-of-the-art development of different methods of calculating engineering fragility, right? Assessment of the fragility or the vulnerability. So we can see empirical methods are there, judgmental methods are there, analytical methods are there, hybrid methods are there. So I'm not going to deep into this particular subtopics, but I just would like to give a brief idea about these curves, right? Fragility, how to construct the fragility curves. Empirical curves basically depends on based on post-earthquake survey. Actually, this is completely depending on the survey, or you can say on a particular broad area, depending on the typology of the structure. Some factors or some parameters, numerical parameters are assigned, based on which we can, following some empirical equation, we can easily form the these particular curves. This is basically the beginning of this fragility method of calculation of fragility, following the empirical curves. And in empirical curves, I will discuss some of the other methods that there which gradually improved. And following empirical curves, that is coming judgmental curves, right? It is completely based on the judgment. Actually, experts, some good number of experts are given the choice to assign some values depending on the type of the failure in the after the post earthquake. So this is quite related. Empirical and the judgmental is almost very correlated. And then coming up, actually there are some limitations we can see, we have observed in empirical and judgment curves. I'll discuss later on. Based on these limitations, next development has come up in the analytical form. Analytical form, we can apply the mechanics-based formulations, and we can apply the dynamic analysis of the structure, and then we can come out with the fragility curves in the form of some equation, right? Fitting by some proposed mathematical equation. It may be maximum likelihood method, it may be safety factor method. A lot of methods are there in today's mathematical world. And finally, today we can use hybrid curves. Hybrid curves are nothing but it compensate for the scarcity of observational data. If you have limitation of observational data, then the hybrid curves is giving the analytical curves combined with some judgment data as well as few observational data. So that's why it is called as a hybrid method. And presently we can see hybrid method is mostly applicable in our engineering practice. So this is a brief note about the different development of different curves. Just I am giving a bird's eye view on these particular methods quickly. So coming to the empirical methods, if you will find these empirical methods, actually it is also known as damage motion relationship. This is basically, as I already mentioned, that these methods were developed based on the post-earthquake damage survey. Depending on the typology of the building, depending on the seismicity of the area, these are the primary parameters was used to develop the empirical relationships. And if you see the empirical relationship, there is two broad classifications are there. One, the first one is the that is called damage probability matrix, or it is also named as DPM method, and next one is the vulnerability functions. Okay, just giving you a idea about this DPM and vulnerability functions. Just this is basically I have taken from this Whitman et al. 1973. I think he is the first person to scientist to coin this term empirical idea. Now this is a sample format how you can apply the damage probability matrix. If you see damage level in the left hand side column, 0, 1, 2, some numerical parameters are given, and based on the structural damage as well as non-structural damage, and it was categorized in the form of damage ratio, and you can see the intensity of the earthquake, that is the MMI scale, right? So that was the parameter was used as an intensity measure to define this particular scale. So this is the first method which was given by Whitman et al. 1973, and which is the, you can say, the foundation of development of fragility analysis methods. Then I already mentioned about the judgment fragility curves. Judgment fragility curves is completely dependent on the judgment of the experts. Actually, 50 judgment experts were given these tasks generally, and they are used to suggest that what should be the, based on the damage. You can see this typical U-shaped curve, that is called bell-shaped curve, that is normal Gaussian distribution, and they are asked to represent the damages in the form of this Gaussian distribution, and you can see ML, MB, MH. This is nothing but the mean low level, mean base level, mean high level. That is basically the damage. If you take the window of the damage, it is low to high, and they are asked to define the damage with from ML to MH. That is the 90% of the probability of the occurring of the damage, this zone. So this is completely judgmental. Okay, am I audible, na, Pooja? Hello, am I audible,
yes.
Pooja?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So next is the disadvantages associated with the damage probability matrix. As I already mentioned, DPM. What are the salient disadvantages? The first disadvantage is you can see it is depending on the topology of the building and the particular area, but this particular method does not address the non-structural elements completely. Different other elements of the structures, for example, say different parameters are there in a structure. So they are considering as a whole the whole structure topology. That is the drawback. So that's why it is considered the statistics from multiple earthquake events need to be combined, and also this actually done basically from the one earthquake event. Basically, when you are combining the statistics of the multiple earthquake event, then this is having the limitation of DPM method, which cannot be. The next limitation is in retrofitting. When you evaluate the retrofitting options, then you see retrofitting is depending on the type of the structure, type of the elements involved in the structure, that this particular method has the limitation. Then third one is the seismic hazard maps are now defined in terms of PGA, spectral ordinates, and thus PGA needs to be related to intensity. However, the uncertainty in this equation is frequently ignored. Actually, in DPM method, already all of you know that this was based on MMI scale, and basically, practically, we use nowadays PGA is most convenient and very appropriate measuring tool for defining the fragility. So obviously, when you talk about the MMI, then we cannot take care of the all sorts of uncertainty in the equation. So that is a salient observations we have observed in DPM method. Now, just next step of the development of DPM method, you can see vulnerability index method. So just it is modified considering the limitations observed in the initial DPM method. What is the advancement? You can see in the left hand side I have used one parameter IV. IV is nothing but the vulnerability index, and it was related to the damage factor. And interestingly, this particular method takes care of the secondary elements, that is the type of the structure in detail. The structure is wooden structure, concrete structure, mud structure, RCC structure. That means details of the structure has been taken care of while developing this vulnerability index method. And this index method, vulnerability index method, is being developed based on this relationship with the damage factor. Now, what is damage factor? Damage factor is basically nothing but the ratio of the loss and the repairment cost. So these particular parameters are correlated, and this DPM method was little bit improved with this vulnerability index method, and we can use of this vulnerability index method as a primary tool for developing the fragility curve. Fine. And interestingly, the damage factor, if you see, the range is actually considered as a normalized factor, obviously 0 to 1, and define the, as I already mentioned, this defines the ratio of the repair cost to the replacement cost. So next, I'm coming to the continuous vulnerability curves. That means I have already mentioned the empirical method is divided with DPM and the vulnerability functions. Now, continuous vulnerability function based on directly on the damage of the buildings from past earthquakes were originated slightly later than DPMs. Obviously, say mathematical function was used to define the continuity of the vulnerability functions. And if you see, mostly you will find the normal and log normal probability density functions are used to define these particular functions. So that's nothing but this is the presentation of the DPM method in the form of mathematical function, fragility function, which you used to call fragility function, typical fragility one. So that is improved correlation between the ground motion input and damage. Also, you can also correlate the ground motion now with the help of this function. Now, well, coming to the next slide, that is, as I already mentioned, the analytical methods. Just I would like to give you a brief understanding because this is more acceptable than the DPM method, obviously, because of these features. What are the features? First feature is the characterization of the structure when subjected to dynamic loads. You can characterize the structure. You have to model the structure in a rigorous way. Next is the characterization of the potential ground motions. You can characterize the ground motion types, natures. Then third is the quantification of the structural response, accounting for the variability in the ground motion and the uncertainty in the structural response. That means in a better manner, you can represent the uncertainty. That is an important parameter, as I already mentioned in my beginning of this. Now, what is the disadvantage? Extremely computationally intensive and time consuming. Obviously, if a method you want a very good, accurate, reasonably accurate response, obviously it has some limitation. It's a computationally intensive, time consuming. Actually, this was first coined by Singhal and Kremizan in the year of 1996. This the first analytical basis of methods. Next, I'm coming to the hybrid methods. As I already mentioned, the hybrid methods are basically is a combination of analytical method as well as some post-earthquake data based on the statistical data. Comprising this particular method was developed, and the advantage is that it can reduce the cost, and proper calibration is required when you apply the hybrid methods. Now, what is the disadvantage? Calibration of the analytical results considering the two vulnerability curves include different sources of uncertainty and they are not directly comparable. Yeah, When you compare when you combine these two methods, then two different sources of uncertainty is coming. Obviously, the uncertainty type in case of analytical method, as well as the uncertainty type in the DPM method, both you are combining. So obviously there will be a mismatch of the uncertainty though, but if you can mathematically, it is a bit cumbersome. Actually, you need to define with a proper joint probability density function to define this particular hybrid method. But this is advantageous, obviously. So with this, just I have mentioned about the methods, right? Yeah, the methods of, briefly I've just mentioned about the state of the art of the methods to compute the fragility. Now coming to the method of developing of different curves for different structures. Now I am going to the application or practice part for structures. This is one of the method is being hybrid method. Obviously, this is called incremental dynamic analysis method, IDA method. This is bit rigorous method. This is very hybrid method. This is reasonably balancing between the rigor, computational time, as well as the accuracy. Based on this particular method is very popular in today's practice, incremental dynamic analysis method, where you can see left hand side, you can see the diagram where we used to find out the structural response just changing the intensity measure. So with just increasing in a scale, if we increase the scale of the intensity measure, and we used to find out the structural response in the form of story diff ratio or other parameter, and we used to find out the threshold response from this. And finally, using mathematical functions in the right hand side, we used to give the shape in the form of a fragility curve, which is nothing but the cumulative density function of the probability of failure. I think this idea is already with everyone. Probability density function and the cumulative density function. Fragility curve is nothing but the cumulative density function of the probability of failure, exceedance probability, when you set out the limit states. That's all. Now I'm just showing you few literatures, few salient literatures, those who have worked in this particular direction of application of these methods. I mean this DPM, vulnerability function, I mean the hybrid methods, analytical methods. This is one of the paper you can see done by Cohn et al. Or Cohn and Alhansai from University of Illinois, United States. They published this. The main, I just going to point out the salient thing is that you can see this particular diagram, right? I don't know where is my mouse pointer. Okay, sorry. So you can see the right hand side top diagram. This is, they have considered a structure, typical structure, and you see this particular diagram is nothing but the spectra of the motion. And interestingly, while developing the fragility curve, they have considered the ground motion, and they have categorized the ground motion with the term of A by V ratio. Peak acceleration by peak velocity ratio, low A by V ratio, normal A by V ratio, high A by V ratio. Now, what is the understanding? They would like to improve. You see, when you assess the fragility, two important terms are important: the intensity measure and the ground motion, selection of the ground motion. Now here they have shown how you can take the broad uncertainty of the ground motion in the form of A by V ratio, right? With this low, normal, high, you can consider this range to represent or to incorporate the uncertainty of the ground motion uncertainty. And finally, after analysis, they have performed the incremental dynamic analysis, and finally the fragility curves considering different limit states are presented overall. I am just presenting the snapshot of the salient outcome of their paper. Similarly, I'd like to show a few other papers by Zhang et al. In the year of 2008. This is nothing but the fragility assessment of bridge structures in USA. And this is nothing but the different bridges. Actually, bridges are being represented by simple free body diagram representation with the help of support condition. They have considered 6 type of bridges, like continuous and monolithic, continuous. So different type of bridges are coming. They have considered a spectrum of bridges which is available in California. And after analysis, fragility analysis, considering the uncertainty involved with the ground, that is called lateral spreading. This is one of the mechanism, and seismic sashing. Now you can see they perform the nonlinear time history analysis. I mean that means they consider the hybrid method to follow up to construct this hybrid, and 250 sets of ground motion they have considered, and you can see they have developed the fragility curves considering different IM measures. Now they have also considered different mathematical probabilistic tool Monte Carlo simulation, as well as the first order second moment method of assessment of probability of failure. So they have already categorized or seen the comparison of the result on the effect of the fragility curve. So this is the salient outcomes of the research happening, and obviously this is one of the very pioneer researcher, Professor Baker, has presented the mathematical formation of maximum likelihood estimation by how we can use this very simplistic tool, maximum likelihood method, to compute the fragility curve. And presently, I have also done, my group also have performed this. They followed this particular method to compute. I'll show later on very quickly. So there are some other research. This particular has been done by Kitschil and Pollard from the Istanbul University of Ilis. What they have shown, if you see the graph, the intensity measured, they have shown the relative difference between the intensity measure. That is, PGA is the very commonly used intensity measure. But however, presently people are saying that spectral acceleration, you can see they have also presented the same results for spectral acceleration, considering as the intensity measure as well as the spectral displacement. And people are claiming that spectral acceleration and spectral displacement are proposing or reflecting more accurate estimation of fragility data. So that's all about. I spoke about the application part of the fragility in a very brief manner. Obviously, there are several other pioneering research out there. Because of time constraint, so now I'm going to the next topic, which I want to focus. That is the ground uncertainty, and we are doing some research. We are trying to do some research on this particular area, how to model the uncertainty of the ground, which makes a sense on the design, which is important consideration. Now, this is a very, very popular anecdote by Professor Carl Tarjagi, who is known as a father of soil mechanics. All of you know that unfortunately soils are made by nature and not by man, and the products of nature are always complex. As soon as we pass from steel and concrete to earth, the omnipotence of theory ceases to exist. Natural soil is never uniform. Its properties change from point to point, while our knowledge of its properties are limited to those of few spots at which the samples have been collected. So this is a obviously acceptable theory of nature, which we cannot deny. And obviously this is the, I should say, the background or the motivation of performing research on this area. Uncertainty of ground as well as the dynamic source interaction obviously come followed by this one. Now, I just would like to share you some of the failures. You can see the El Salvador earthquake. You can see slope failure in a particular area. This is also taken from El Salvador earthquake. How grounds are failed, not for the whole ground, some of the areas. Uncertainty, to represent the uncertainty. Failure due to combination of factors in Oslo. So just I would like to just sensify with these snapshots of the past earthquakes. Now, what went wrong actually? Failure due to extreme value of single parameter, I mean deterministic parameter. Failure due to gross error, or communication complex. So what is the wrong in this design? Though it is designed following a code, what is the wrong in this business? So to answer this question, my next slides will be used for answering these questions. So what is the existing design method? We know that presently we are that means conventionally we are familiar with this design concept of factor of safety based design design method, where we are considering to deterministic based design, while load and resistance we are considering, and we are habituated to design with a deterministic factor of safety. But actually it has been seen this factor of safety can never be a deterministic one, because load and resistance, these both the parameters are uncertain. It may happen that as a particular combination it may go down below 1, the factor of safety. So that point is being missed out in our deterministic based design. And this is the conventional work stress design, which was earlier considered. This is, as I told you, factor of safety based design. Then obviously the evolution takes us to this limit state based design, and presently the Europe, if I just I'm referring only as a sample example, European approach, then you can see this concept is basically factored approach. We used to represent the load now by multiplying a factor to address the uncertainty with load and resistance. That was the basic background. Now there are different structures are there, geotechnical structures, different structures are there, where this problem, this particular issue of this factor-based design is important to be used. Now in Eurocode 7 2004, they have suggested some factors which has to be taken care of while you are making the deterministic based design to take care of the uncertainty. Now I'm coming to the point, what is the effect of this ground uncertainty? Now this is an example you can see from this graph. Though it is an example of a pile design, you can see a pile, it is represented over here, the displacement of the pile and the axial load. If you apply axial load on the pile, you can see test 1, test 2, test 3, test 4. If you see the design load, axial load, you can see over here 4 multiple experiments were done in a particular field, in a particular ground, with a very near vicinity. And you see, for first experiment, it was showing the safe load is 3330 kilonewton, whereas in the fourth experiment was showing the pile can take axial load of 5200 kilonewton. Now, hopefully, this slide you make sense to make you understand about the variability in the ground. Though we can see, apparently we can see the layer is almost like a homogeneous apparently, but you can see from this particular exercise that the kind of level of heterogeneity, there are level of uncertainty involved with this geotechnical design, or because of ground uncertainty. Now this is this is nothing but the design concepts of different foundation designs, where we are ignoring this ground uncertainty. Now, how to reduce this risk? Reducing the gross error, improving quality control, because the uncertainty is involved in different activities. Right from when we are collecting the soil sample from the field to the laboratory, we are performing tests. So error is involved with this, human error. Extreme value, sometimes we go for the extreme value estimation. Then sometimes it is a combined effects, value as well as the identify most frequent causes of failure and reliability assessment and risk assessment. Now next, now this is I've taken from Chen et al. This particular work actually to represent you the ground uncertainty, how we can model the ground uncertainty. And obviously all of you know that we can use the most popular theory, random field based theory, to model the ground uncertainty, and where the correlation among the points in a particular planar coordinate, we used to find out the autocorrelation function. With the help of the autocorrelation function, this type of uncertainty, ground uncertainty, we can model through a mathematically, and we can incorporate in the design. That was my intention to show you this particular slide, which was done by Chen et al. To calculate the liquefaction susceptibility in a particular area, and how they have modeled it in a way use of random field. So this is nothing but the mathematics of random field, how you can discretize the covariance function. This may be a continuous covariance function, this may be a discretized covariance function. Now after forming the covariance function, then it is already a typical mathematics. If you find out the eigenfunction and the eigenvalues, and finally if you apply the spectral decomposition theory on the eigenvalues, then it gives you the random field theory, right? So this is a typical mathematics. So we are following to first framing out the covariance function, or other way you can say is a autocorrelation function, whichever is convenient you can use of it. Now variability model, when you used to define the variability model, all of you know that the types of variability is important. Hereditary is nothing but the inherent variability which you cannot reduce. Epistemic variability is basically because of lack of knowledge, and measurement error during the field and investigation. So these three particular variability types we need to address when we are doing the ground variability. Now probability of failure assessment is important, though it is obviously coming in every sector, the probability of failure assessment. So already obviously it will be taken care of when you are considering when you are calculating the fragility, right? Now you can see this particular slide is representing the index, reliability index, when we can say unsatisfactory, when we can say it is a good performance. Obviously this is a sample for a particular issue. This is a sample theory for a particular issue or for a particular structure. I think geotechnical structure, this type of curves should be developed for every systems. Now coming to very quickly, I'm coming to the missing link, that is called soil structure interaction. Just can give very quickly. I'll give this, although this topic is a vast topic. Now what is soil structure interaction? Actually, Professor Stewart has first of all mentioned that this is a missing link in the design, in seismic design. Last 5 to 7 years, 10 years, a decade ago, this research has been increased on this direction. And if you see, this particular slide represents different failures, different occurrence of different failures of different structures. You can see the $1 million bridge earthquake, 1964, Alaska earthquake, 1995 Kobe earthquake. You can see Niigata earthquake, very popular, 1964. Then Mexico City earthquake. So there are many others. Now, what is the learning they found out? You see why this particular slide I have presented. These structures all was designed for following the conventional design codes of their particular country. Still, there is having some failures. Now, when they did the post analysis, then they come out that some link, some phenomena we have missed out that was categorized as the soil structure interaction. So these are the several failures. It is 1995. You can see how the structure has been completely rocked and uprooted. You can see from this figure, though it is a very well engineered foundation, pile supported structure. So ultimately, the theory, soil structure interaction theory, there are several other cases where you can see the effect of soil structure interaction over here. Now this is a simple soil structure interaction problem where you can see from this diagram what is actually mean. So left hand side, one particular structure was modeled. Just to make you understand the effect of soil structure interaction. Left hand side, you can see the same structure was embedded in rock bed. And the right hand side, you can see same structure is being embedded in a soil, typical soil crust, and deep into the crust bed. Now the difference, if you see the difference between the motion, if you record the motion, you will find that left hand side figure, which was embedded in a rock bed and which was embedded in a firm soil, will show you different responses in the foundation medium. So that gives an understanding that some interaction is happening, which we have to consider. Now this interaction, where it acts, why it is important, that is also important. So one thing is very clear, that if it is steep or rock soil, that we can neglect this interaction. But in case of soft soil, liquefiable soil, or there is some layered deposit, it is mentioned in the US codes, I mean the FEMA, you must have considered this particular issue for designing the structure. So my point is that when we are doing the fragility analysis, I have just whatever I've said, we should address this soil structure interaction, dynamic soil structure interaction also in the design, so that we can cater a robust design. Now this particular slide is what is the actually earlier codal provisions. Actually, earlier codal provisions used to consider that soil structure interaction is a beneficial tool rather than a detrimental. But research says post-earthquake experience shows that no, it cannot be always beneficial. It may be detrimental case to case. So it depends on the type of the structure analysis, and it has to be taken care of. Now, coming very quickly, I'm coming to our research group, what we have done last few years on this particular area of fragility as well as dynamics. So just quickly, I'll show you. We have applied these theories in piled rough supported structure. All of you know that piled rough supported structure is a robust structure, robust foundation system, which was used to basically support the tower-like structures, massive structures, right? In suppose nuclear power plant also we are using piled up foundation, because we cannot go for any sort of risk in such important structures. So this is a type of modeling. I'm not going into that. So this is the type of modeling of soil structure interaction modeling. We have considered this spring-based modeling, Winkler-based theories. There are obviously a lot of things we have did in linear idealization of soil, non-linear idealization of the soil, viscous modeling of soil. So whatever, but this issue has to be taken care of. So obviously we have tried to consider the uncertainty of the soil strength when you are modeling this particular issue, and responses of also you have taken the probabilistic response. You can see from the snapshot of these figures, we have taken the mean of the responses, and finally we have found out some cumulative. We have developed some cumulative density function for the response parameters of this pile supported structure to come up some resolution. Now another study we have performed, actually the Shoah bridge. I think all of you know about the incidents of Shoah bridge, which happened in the year of 1964 in Niigata earthquake. So that bridge was failed just like anything. The central piers of the bridge was failed, and rest of the piers were standing. So that was, people have different theories behind this. So we have taken this as a case study and we did some analysis. So just I would like to share some of the slides. So this is the typical Niigata earthquake, and this photograph was the real photograph which was taken from one literature, Bhattacharya et al. The central piers of the bridge was failed just like anything. And interestingly, obviously, the failure of the bridge happened not during the earthquake or after 70 seconds of the earthquake. That is the interesting theory. And several scientists has given different school of thoughts. However, we have also did some research in this area, and this is the typical bridge we tried to model, and the soil profile we have tried to collect. And this is the ground motion. It was available in the website. We have tried to take, and if you see the highlighted portion when the bridge was failed, if you see, that is around 70 to 75 seconds, 60 to 75 seconds, and you can see then obviously that time, obviously the peak ground acceleration was not happening over there. But what is the reason? So that was reviewed by several scientists, and very interesting theories has come up. We also did some research. So this is under process, still work is on process. Obviously this is a very good case study, will help us to come up with no new hypothesis in the area of. So we used the method of Becker for 2011 to maximum likelihood method to calculate the probability or the collapse probability to finally find out the fragility. Ground motion. So this is nothing but the fragility analysis following the it is called multiple strip analysis method we have used, followed by Becker 2011. And these are the modeling diameter sizes. So this was the different conditions of the modeling, interaction models. And this is interestingly, this is the ground motion modeling, artificial ground motion modeling. We did the uncertainty or the randomness of the ground motion modeling we did by following the conventional spectra available in our IS code. From that, we tried to generate the artificial ground motion, and we tried to do the analysis to obtain the fragility curve. So there we found around 200 ground motions following this artificial motion, and dynamic analysis was done in the OpenSys software, OpenSys PL. And finally, we can see the responses. This is the responses. We have done the validation with the Bhattacharya et al. And these are the probabilistic seismic response of the structure. And finally, some few fragility curves are being constructed, obviously following the serviceability condition as well as the collapse state condition. So obviously these are different load conditions where the fragility is 67%, 37% load condition, because liquefaction was also modeled in that particular case, because obviously the liquefaction was considered as a prime source of failure of this particular case, because this is an evidence of liquefaction. So this is the result we have already reported in journals as well as some conferences. So this is some of the fragility curves, or from the point of view of ductility demand of the pile foundation, which is also another important parameter nowadays for pile supported structure. So with this, just it's I don't know, I'm in the way, I'm in the time limit or not. I just like to finish with my one. We have tried to validate this model by limited experiment in NIT Agartala. Just I want to take a 1 minute show you the experiment, video of the experiment. Just a minute. Pooja, am I with you?
Take few more
Hello?
minutes. Yes, sir. You can
Okay.
take few more minutes.
Okay. That means I'm with you. Okay.
Yeah.
Just I have a few minutes. Just 2 minutes. I'm telling. I'll conclude. Just give me my slide. The video I'd like to just show that this is the validation actually we have done through this. This presentation. Let's see. Is it visible? Hello?
Yes, sir. It is visible. The video is playing.
Okay, fine. So this is nothing but a very humble effort to just verify the observation we have found in case of liquefiable soil, how a structure, because of the ground motion, how a structure going to deform. That's all. This is a very limited attempt. Coming days, obviously, we are trying to give a good experiment. Just Just that's all. So with this, let me conclude my today's talk. Thank you for all of your kind patience and hearing. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to share my views in this particular platform of ASSHEE. Thank you to all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanking.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir,
sir.
you're audible.
Pooja, I am audible? Thank you, Dr. Rajiv Saha, for your nice,
Thank you.
elaborate discussion and presentation on seismic fragility analysis, which is very much beneficial for our all participants and the new researchers to assess the system vulnerability. And you have given some glimpse of the different case studies, which is very much beneficial for our new researchers. Now the question answer session.
Thank you,
Now
sir.
over to Pooja.
So let us take a few questions from our participants. Questions will be displayed on the screen. We are waiting for a few more seconds we are giving few seconds for participants to send their questions in the comment section. Let us wait for a few more seconds, sir. Let us wait for a few more seconds.
Okay, no issue, Pooja. Sometime.
Most probably he has elaborated nicely.
Maybe.
That's why there is no question.
Okay, no issue, Pooja. They may be in touch with me. Any
Sure,
question
sir.
in
We will
future
wait
also,
for the questions.
because in future we are in a broad forum. No issue. I may be available for any.
Yes, sir. So let us move to the quiz session. I request you to
great.
take up one. We are having a quiz session for our participants, sir. So I request you to take up one question and give it to our participants.
Surely.
You can ask your question now.
Surely. So, my question is an active fault in the world which people used to go as a tourist place. Active fault which people used to go as visit to as a tourist place in the world. Just name one.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for an interesting question. Thank you once again for a productive session from your end. It was pleasure having
Thank
you
you.
here, sir. And thank you, Richie, sir, for chairing the session.
Thank you. Mike.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
And
you.
now let us
Thank you.
start our next technical session, the third technical session of the day. Today we have Dr. Uma Ghosh, who will be delivering lecture on probabilistic assessment of earthquakes, earthquake hazards, and estimation of parameters of reoccurrence models of earthquake. To introduce ma'am, Dr. Uma Ghosh is the current principal of Siddhinath Mahavidyalaya, West Bengal. She has obtained her PhD and MPhil in field of applied mathematics. She is also theoretical seismologist and mathematician. I request Dr. Raghukant STG sir to chair the session. Over to you, sir.
So thank you, Poojan. I think we have now a very interesting lecture by Dr. Uma Ghosh on seismic hazard and recurrence parameters. So let us see what is in the store, So I'm also very enthusiastic to see what she is going to present. So over to you, madam. You are muted, madam. Unmute yourself.
Can I start?
Yes, yes, madam.
Am I? Okay. Good afternoon to one and all present here. As described about me, I am Dr. Uma Ghosh from Siddhinath Mahavidyalaya and I am principal there from West Bengal, India. Today, I have been invited here by ASSHEE to present a lecture to the participants and to my dear students also. I am extremely thankful to ASSHEE, especially the convener Dr. Seema Ghosh and co-convener Dr. J.R. Koyal, sir, my mentor. I am also thankful to all other members of the organizing committee. I am honored that I have been given this platform to speak in front of an audience that has so many intellectuals from different parts of the world. Now, I am move on to my topic for the day. Now, I have to share my screen. And I am sharing the screen. Share screen also. Application window. Can I visible? Okay.
Your presentation is not yet seen, ma'am.
Okay. Please wait. Wait a minute. Application window. Share.
Ma'am, please select share screen option, and from there you can select your presentation, ma'am.
Here is the share screen. Share screen, then application window.
Yes, ma'am. You can choose it from the file where you have been saved.
Share.
Ma'am, and then full screen share.
Full screen share. Entire screen, okay?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
And I think I have to, what is happening? I can't understand.
Yes, ma'am. You can now make it full screen share.
Yes.
Can you make it full screen share, ma'am?
From where?
No, madam. Open your PowerPoint. Microsoft PowerPoint
Yes.
is there, right below.
I am opening.
Now open it. You maximize that.
Yes.
Now you make full screen below. Microsoft PowerPoint below is there. 3 buttons. Not
Okay,
stop sharing. This way.
Can you see? Can you?
Yes. We are able to see your slides. Okay.
Okay. Then.
Yes.
Okay.
Perfectly fine. Proceed.
And then please stop my camera. Okay. Please stop my camera. Good afternoon, everybody. Today, I shall discuss about probabilistic hazard assessment of earthquakes. The term seismic hazard is used to denote the probability of occurrence of an earthquake with magnitude larger or equal than particular value within a specified region and a given time span. Actually, the systematic evaluation of the seismic hazard is absolutely necessary for evaluation of the seismic risk and of great importance to the effort of earthquakes. It has been recognized that in some seismic region, large earthquakes occurred at fairly regular interval. To overcome the natural disaster and damaging effects caused by the earthquakes, it is necessary to understand the hazard assessment of the area, which may be estimated by the mean probability of the occurrence of a seismic event with a certain magnitude within a given time interval. I shall discuss four probabilistic model, namely the log normal model, gamma probability distribution model, Weibull model, and exponential model. The probability of occurrence of the next event during a specified interval of time has been computed using each model. I shall discuss the process by using the following notation. Here, omega t represents the probability distribution function. Capital T is the time interval in year between successive events. Small t is the time measured from the time of last earthquake. Phi t is the cumulative probability that the next earthquake will occur at a time later than t. Rho tau by t is the conditional probability that the next earthquake will occur during the time interval between t and t plus tau, and mu t dt, the probability that the next earthquake will occur during the time interval between t and t plus dt. Actually, I shall discuss the Utsu model and some case studies. The following relations are familiar in the reliability theory and used in seismology. The distribution function omega t is a function of mu t and phi t. Phi t is the exponential of this integral and also the exponential of probability distribution function. And conditional probability rho tau by t depends on phi t. Next, as described by Utsu in 1984 for seismic hazard assessment, for log normal model, the following notations, that is omega t, phi t, and rho tau by t, are given by these expressions. Here, the model parameters are m and sigma. We can calculate also in terms of sigma square as model parameter. And capital phi t is the error integral given by these equations. For gamma model, probability distribution function, cumulative probability, and conditional probabilities are given by these expressions. You can see, here K and L are the model parameters, and the other notations are the same as above. And the gamma kx represents the incomplete gamma function of second kind as given by these equations. For Weibull model, the notations are given by these expressions. This is the probability distribution function, this is the cumulative probability, and this is conditional probabilities. Here, alpha and beta are the model parameters. And for exponential model, the expressions are like that. Here, A and B are the model parameters. and the other notations are the same as above. The well-known method, the method of maximum likelihood, have been used to estimate the values of all parameters of these models. You can use moment method also, as described by Utsu. I have used here only the maximum likelihood method. Now, other than this 4 probability distribution, the Poisson model or the Poisson process is a special case of models 2, 3, and 4 for L is equals to 1, beta is equals to 1, and B is equals to 0. If L less than 1, beta less than 1, and B less than 0, then earthquakes have a tendency of clustering in time. If L greater than 1, beta greater than 1, and B greater than 0, then they have a tendency of intermittent occurrence. Now, the logarithm of the likelihood function L for these 4 models are given below. We can find the values of the parameters by equating the first derivative of log L with respect to the parameters to 0, and then by solving them we can easily get the values of the model parameters as described before. Now, I want to discuss some case studies. First of all, for the Koyna-Warner Reservoir region of India. I have used a published data set with magnitude greater than or equals to 5 from Gupta 2017, and the whole data set is divided into 2 equal time periods. Dataset 1 from 1967 to 1990, and the dataset where, and for dataset 2 I have taken the data from 1991 to 2005, where the last earthquake for dataset 1 occurred in 1980, and the first event occurred in 1993 for dataset 2. That is, after 13 years, there is a time 13 years time interval between 2 successive events of for dataset 1 and for dataset 2. I have also calculated the cumulative and conditional probability for the whole dataset from 1967 to 2005 with magnitude greater than is equals to 5, and this is the epicenter map. This is the epicenter map of the region, and using the whole data set with magnitude greater than equals to 5 from 1967 to 2005, and this is the epicenter map of the region with magnitude greater than equals to 5 from 1967 to 1980. These are the probabilities of occurrence of at least one earthquake for different time periods, for the models for dataset 1, and we can see that there is 100% probability. There is 100% probability after 11 years from 1980 for exponential distribution, and after 13 years 13 years, the values reaches near about 99% for the other models. And this is for the whole data set, the values of the probability. Probability of occurrence at least one earthquake with magnitude greater than 5 after time interval t from 2005 for 4 probabilistic model. And from this result we can note that after 17 years from 2005 there are the probabilities which gives the value 86% for log normal model, 98% for gamma model, 99% for Weibull model, and 100% one certain probability for exponential model. These are the model values of the model parameter for different models. Also, the values of log L have been calculated. Maximum value of log L will give the best fit model. Here, for dataset 1, the dataset 1, log L is maximum. The value of log L is maximum for exponential model, and for whole data set log L is maximum for gamma model. Since the difference between the values of log L for the models are very small, we cannot identify the best fit model specifically. Now, these are the probabilities of occurrence of at least one earthquake for 4 models for different values of t. Figure A for dataset 1 and figure B for the whole dataset. Here we can see that the probability after here we can see that after after 11 to 13 years, the values of probability reaches 1. That is, there are certain probabilities of occurrence at least one earthquake between 11 to 13 years from the last earthquake for dataset 1. And here we can see that after 15 to 17 years, the values of probability reaches 1. And so we can say that after 15 to 17 years, there is a probability of occurrence at least one earthquake from the year 2005. And this is the values of the conditional probability for dataset 1. And if from here we can note that for the value of t 10 years and for the value of tau 3 years, and if you consider the exponential model, then we can see that there is a certain probability of occurrence of at least one earthquake in the region for between the time interval 10 to 10 plus 3, 13 years. And these are the values of the conditional probability for other models are given here. We have already seen that for dataset 1, exponential model is the best fit model. so we can expect an earthquake after 13 years in the region, and which occurred in the, 1993, because the first earthquake that occurred for dataset 2 in 1993, and for dataset 1 the last earthquake occurred in 1980. That is, there is a 13 years interval. So we can see that the result matched well. And this slide gives some conditional probability curves for different models for different values of t, and for a particular value tau is equals to 3 and 8 years. This represents the conditional probabilities. Next, for whole data set, these are the values of conditional probability. And if we consider the exponential model, we can note that for values for t is equals to 15 years and tau is equals to 2 years, there is a certain probability. That is, there is 100% probability for occurrence of an earthquake between 15 to 17 years after 2005. That is, between 2020 and 2022, there may be a chance for occurrence an earthquake after the event of 2005. And this slide shows the conditional probability curves for different values of t and tau. Now we can conclude as the estimated recurrence period for dataset 1 matched well with the dataset 2. For dataset 1, the value of log L is largest for exponential model, whereas for whole dataset, log L is largest for gamma model, but the difference among models are small. For number 3, for the whole dataset, all the 4 models estimate 99% probability for occurrence of an event with magnitude greater than or equals to 5 within a time window 13 to 17 years. And the last moderate earthquake with magnitude greater than or equals to 5 occurred in 2005. Thus, the next moderate earthquake may occur within 2022 in this region. Next, I move on to the northwest Himalayan region. I considered here a circular region around 1905 Kapra earthquake, and this is the 1905. This is the epicenter map of the whole region, and IC data are used here from 1964 to 2011. This is the epicenter region of 1905 Kapra earthquake. This is 2005 Kashmir earthquake region, and this is 1991 Uttarkashi earthquake region. I have used 3 probabilistic model here, and besides other seismic parameters evaluation like B value mapping and fractal dimension mapping, and the model parameters are given here. These are the probability curve for different values of t for the model, and we can see from here that the probability of occurrence of at least one earthquake within the region with magnitude greater than equals to 5 in the region is after 3 to 4 years. That is, the probability reaches here after 3 to 4 years from the last earthquake occurred in 2011. And this is the probability curves for different values of t for the model, and we can see from here that probability of occurrence of at least one earthquake with magnitude greater than is equals to 5.5 in the region, and after 8 to 9 years. See from here, the value probability value reaches 1 from between 8 to 9 years for different models. So we can conclude that there in 2014, after 3 years from the last earthquake occurred in 2011, and 21st August in 2014, one earthquake with magnitude greater than is equals to 5 occurred near latitude 33.1 degree north and longitude 76.4 degree east in the region. And in very recent another earthquake with magnitude greater than equals to 5.5 occurred on 24th September 2019 at latitude 33.1 degree north and longitude 33.8 degree east near Mirpur, Azad Kashmir, after 8 years from 2011, and the return periods matched well with my result. This is the p-value contour map of the region, and this is the epicentral region of 2014 earthquake, and this is the epicentral region of 2019 earthquake. Both earthquakes occurred in the region where p-value are very low, where and this is very low p-value region. And this is also low, there is also low p-value, and the fractal dimension I have measured here, and I am not showing the fractal dimension map here, but these earthquakes occurred in low p-value and high fractal region. And so next I shall discuss about Nepal earthquake. The Nepal earthquake occurred in April 2015. This is the epicenter map of IC data from 1964 to 2013. Figure A here, figure A represents the probability of occurrence of at least one earthquake with magnitude greater than is equals to 5 using ISC data, and figure B represents the probability of occurrence of at least one earthquake with magnitude greater than is equals to 6 using USGS data. The USGS I have taken here USGS data from 1964 to 2015, and including the Nepal earthquake. And IC data at that time when I computed this result, only USGS data are available, but IC data are available up to 2013 January. So I have taken two sets of data here, one IC data from 1964 to 2013, and another USGS data from 1964 to 2013. 2015. And we can conclude as probabilistic model shows that there is a 99% probability for occurrence of at least one earthquake of magnitude MV, body magnitude greater than is equals to 5 in this region in a time window of 2 to 3 years from the year of 2013, and in 20 to 30 years for an earthquake with magnitude MW greater than equals to 6 from the year 2015. Here we can see that the probability reaches 1 between 2 to 3 years for all the models, and here we can see the value of probability reach 1 for after 20 to 30 years. This is the percent probability map of the region. Here is the Nepal earthquake, epicenter of the Nepal earthquake 2015, and this is the percent probability map of the region after 3 years from the year 2013, identifying the high and low probable region of occurrence. These region are low probability, and this moderate. After 3 years we can get this result, and after 5 years, this is the percent probability map after 5 years from 2013, identifying the low and high probable zones of occurrence. And this map for this map I have used the Poisson probability Poisson model, by using the Poisson model. And the last region of my discussion is the Eastern Himalayan region. This is the epicenter map of the region for the earthquake. From I have taken the earthquakes from ASSHEE catalog from 1964 to 2017, and whole region is divided into these different blocks, and only the probability work we can see here, that this is the probabilities of occurrence of at least one earthquake for 4 models, and with magnitude greater than is equals to 5.5, and for different values of t using the 4 probabilistic model. And this is the probability curves for the earthquake for Eastern Himalayan region for the earthquakes of magnitude greater than equals to 6. From here we can note that the after 4 to 5 years, there are more or less 99% probability for occurrence of an earthquake, and for occurrence and the probability of occurrence of and at least one earthquake with magnitude 6 is after within the time period 14 to 15 years. Within the time period 14 to, we can see here from 14 to 15 years, the probability reaches the value 1. So for Eastern Himalayan region, I can conclude the probability of an earthquake with magnitude greater than equals to 5.5 is 90 to 95% in 4 to 5 years. That is probable year of occurrence of such event is in 2021 to 2022, and the probability of a strong large earthquake with magnitude greater than equals to 6 is 90 to 95% in 14 to 15 years. That is probable year of occurrence of such events is in 2031 to 2032. So for the verification of my work, of my results, which I have present here, we have to wait, and let us wait and watch what will happen in future. So more or less I have completed my lecture very shortly, and good day and stay safe. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, madam.
I have completed the lecture in very short, no?
Before.
Within half an hour. Okay. Yeah,
Maybe
yes.
lunchtime.
That's why I have completed very fast.
Very interesting, madam. I think, madam, I have just some questions. Like this central seismic gap, we know, right? That 8.5 Wilhelm, everybody is talking. So have you worked on that data, like central seismic gap or that hypothetical
No, I have to
earthquake?
calculate for that region only, the gap region only. I am not taking here the especially that region. I have taken the whole region, the data of the whole region. That's why I have to estimate for separately for that seismic gap region.
And it will be interesting, because everybody is talking about that gap region.
Yes.
Maybe. And one more thing, like generally we take as exponential distribution, because that Gutenberg relation comes. Now you have considered Weibull, log normal. Of course, Weibull is extreme distribution we use. How do you justify it?
Actually, for best fit model, we can see that the exponential model even best fit for all the region, and to compare the results with the other model, we have taken all that distribution.
Okay, fine. I think one question is on screen. I think you are able to see.
Hello, Jyotima. On which basis you have divided your data as data set 1 and data set 2.1 and region. Okay, thank you, Jyotima, for verifying the result. I have divided the whole data set into two parts and apply the probabilistic model on the first part, and then I verify the result, what is happening, what is happening, and we can see that for only for verification my result I have divided these two parts, and I can see that for dataset 1 the last earthquake occurred in 1980, and for dataset 2 the first event occurred at 1993. There is a 13 years gap. So I have applied the probabilistic model on dataset 1, and I got the result that after 13 years there will be an earthquake, and it matched with the year 1993. That's why to verify my result I have divided the whole data in two parts, and finally I have taken the whole data set and calculate the probability value for the next event. And if let us see what will happen on 2022. Within 2022, my result shows that there may occur an event in 2022 in Koina region. Let us see. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your answer. Ma'am, now we have a quiz session for our participants. I request you to take up one question from your lecture for our participants.
I want to put two questions. First
Okay.
of all, how can we find the best fit model? One question, first question. And since this workshop you are arranging, the Tripura NIT, Agartala NIT organized such a workshop, then my second question to all the participants that what are the date, time, magnitude, longitude and latitude for Tripura earthquake?
Okay, thank you for the question, ma'am. Would you mind repeating the second question once again?
Second question,
Yes,
what are the date, time of occurrence, magnitude, latitude and longitude of Tripura earthquake?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your question.
Which happened a few years ago.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the question and thank you for your session. It was a pleasure having you here. And thank you, Raghukant sir, for chairing the session.
Thank you. I think we'll have some break, right?
Yes, sir. We'll have a 15 minutes lunch break now and we'll conclude this session now. Thank you. We'll meet once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
The ASSHEE International Workshop was formulated in 2019 by NIT Agartala through an international collaboration with Russia, Finland, and Italy. It achieved an overwhelming success from the students, young scientists, engineers, and professionals, not only in Asiatic countries, Asian countries, and African countries like Nigeria, but also in developed countries like Russia, Finland, Italy, and Japan. ASSHEE is now a phenomenal international platform to exchange knowledge, expertise, and experience for benefit to the society, particularly to the young students, researchers in the field of earth sciences, earthquake engineering, civil engineering, and seismic hazard mitigation. NIT Agartala reckons you to join ASSHEE 2020 for a wholesome experience in the field of advanced seismology, seismic hazards, and earthquake engineering. The ASSHEE International Workshop was formulated in 2019 by NIT Agartala through an international collaboration with Russia, Finland, and Italy. It achieved an overwhelming success from the students, young scientists, engineers, and professionals, not only in Asian countries, and African countries like Nigeria, but also in developed countries like Russia, Finland, Italy, and Japan. The ASSHEE is now a phenomenal international platform to exchange knowledge, expertise, and experience for benefit to the society, particularly to the young students, researchers in the field of earth sciences, earthquake engineering, civil engineering, and seismic hazard mitigation. NIT Agartala reckons you to join ASSHEE 2020 for a wholesome experience in the field of advanced seismology, seismic hazards, and earthquake engineering.
Welcome back, everyone.
Welcome.
Coming to the last technical session of ASSHEE 2020, we have Dr. Seema Ghosh delivering lecture on seismic stability of slopes. To introduce with, Dr. Seema Ghosh is present HOD of Civil Engineering Department, NIT Agartala. She is also a member of American Society of Civil Engineers, Indian Geotechnological Society, and the Institute of Engineers. She has more than 70 journals publication in national and international journals. She is also convener of ASSHEE 2020. I request Dr. Richie sir to chair the session. Over to you, sir. So please unmute your mic.
Thank you,
Yes.
Pooja.
You're welcome, sir.
So this is the last expert lecture given by the Dr. Seema Ghosh, who is the convener of this program. He is also the one research person of the NIT Agartala and had the study area in the stability of the slope of the static and dynamic load. And he has a lot more publications are there. So even though so many responsibility she has taken, even though he is studying with the research scholars in this area, experimental as well as the numerically he is trying to tackle this stability problem. So I am presenting I am requesting the Dr. Seema Ghosh present her topic on stability of slopes. About to Pooja.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. My screen is visible.
Yeah, it is visible.
Myself, Dr. Seema Ghosh, Associate Professor of Civil Engineering Department of this institute. And today I am going to present the lecture on seismic stability of slope in this 5 days workshop on advanced seismology, seismic hazards, earthquake engineering, theory, simulation, and observation. And this is the second international workshop of that category. In the year 2019, this workshop was started. Now, actually, as it is mentioned over there, that advanced seismology, then seismic hazard and earthquake engineering. So seismology, we can come to know on the study of geology as well as seismology, which we all have done during these last 3 days and 4 days lectures. The eminent speakers all over the world, they have given the lectures on this seismology and geology. Today morning, we have gone through the geology part, and from different eminent speakers, we come to know the seismology part. So as an engineer, our basic aim is that what is the effect of this seismology in our civil engineering structure? How can we construct or design this civil engineering structure? We have to take care of that part. And today, through this presentation, I will try to present that for slope, how we are taking care of this criteria of earthquake. Now, first of all, let me acknowledge my dear students who have done this work, without whose contribution this presentation is quite impossible. Mrs. Nipa Chanda, Sri Suman Hajari, they are doing, and Nipa Chanda already, she has done her PhD work under my guidance, and Suman Hajari, he is doing, and he has submitted his PhD work, and Miss Pelina and Sri Kingshuk Jana, they have done their MTech for this project under my guidance. So what is slope? First of all, let me say, Here, most of the participants may be from geology field, maybe from earth science field, maybe seismology, seismic science. So for all those, this presentation may be new. So I will try to present only the overview things. I will not go to the details of the calculations and all these things. Slope, as we know, is the unsupported inclined soil mass. That means this surface, it is not supported on anything. So this is known as slope. And depending upon the strength of the soil or rock, this inclination may vary. Sometimes we have seen, or we might have seen, that overhanging cliff, they are retaining due to the strength of its own inherent strength. But sometimes when we are constructing, then we have to take care of this stability, that what will be the maximum load we can give on this slope, and if this load we are providing, what will be the possibility of failure, how can we tackle those failures. So sometimes slope may be man-made, say earth embankment in case of dam, in case of canal, it is earth cutting, rather I should say, in case of canal. Then road embankment, railway embankment, all these are, we can say that they are man-made. Sometimes slope may be natural. See here, this slope, we can say this is a natural slope, and rather I should say all hilly areas naturally occur, they are natural slope. Now, for stability study of this slope, as I told to start with the lecture, that we must have to know the geology, we must have to know seismology if we want to stabilize the slope against the earthquake. In addition, we must to know the hydrology, we must to know the soil properties also. In some cases, it is seen that slopes are getting failed due to heavy rain. So these are not due to only seismology, not only geology, they are hydrology and soil properties, they are taking the major part for the stabilization of the slope. Now, what are the different slope failures may occur? Rather, I should say that when we are considering any soil mass, we are just assuming inside the soil mass that it is homogeneous, it will be some that category or all these things. But inside the soil mass, exactly what will be the type of that soil, it is not known to anybody. So on the basis of assumption only, we are considering that the slope may fail due to rotation of the soil mass. This rotation may be when this is the toe, about that toe, when the failure surface is generating, that means this is the failure surface. So this soil mass is going to be failed down. And by rotating of this soil mass like that way, this is falling down. So this is toe failure. When this failure surface is passing through this side of the slope, then it is slope failure. Sometimes it might happen that when the soil below that level is heavy hard stratum, then this soil is failing, passing the failure surface away from the top. So this is the base failure. Now all these are the rotational failure. That means soil mass is rotating and falling down. Sometimes it might happen that the whole soil mass is just moving from one place to another. There is no rotation, only translation. Sometimes it might happen that translation and any of the rotational combination may take place. So it is compound failure. Sometimes it might happen that a part of the soil is getting separated from another part. So this is wedge failure. That means wedge are generating. So this is wedge failure. Now, whatever be the type of the failure, our aim would be to stabilize the slope against those failure. Now, again, when as a civil engineer, we are considering the stabilization, some cases we are assuming that the failure surface is passing through the toe and it is linear failure surface. Very simple solution, I should say. And in some cases, that means a developed solution, we should say, that circular failure surface. And nowadays more development is done, log spiral, and thereafter non-linear failure surface. All these are considered in the analysis. Now, while we are considering the stability, that means when we are going to calculate the factor of safety, as we know, as a general people, common people, factor of safety means strength by failure load. Now, when we are considering the linear failure surface, in that case, strength we can consider, or failure criteria we can consider force equilibrium. That means what is the strength in terms of force it is generating inside the soil mass. It is the shear strength of the soil. I am not going to the detail of this calculation, as most of the people may be of non-engineering background. So this is the strength, and this is the load acting on the soil mass, which is responsible for the failure of the slope. So strength by load will give us the factor of safety. Now, this is applicable for when we are considering linear failure surface. But in case of nonlinear failure surface, we have to go for moment equilibrium. So for moment equilibrium, again, resisting moment to the overturning moment. So what are the resistive moment developed in the slope wedge? We are calculating this resisting moment, and then what is the moment which is responsible for the failure of the slope? This we are considering as overturning moment. So this ratio is known as factor of safety, and throughout this presentation, only we are calculating the factor of safety. We are checking that whether this factor of safety is acceptable or not. Now, see, initially when any work we are starting, we have to see that what are the available works. On the basis of those work, what further addition we can do. So initially the works are started considering the static loading. Kalman has given the solution, then Bishop, then Spencer, all are the solution under static loading condition. Thereafter, when the analysis started for seismic loading condition, very first methodology is considered pseudostatic method. A very old method, I should say, but till date, it is considered even in our IS recommendation also to analyze the retaining wall for the active part pressure calculation. So in most of the cases, this method is accepted in our IS code for the calculation of any criteria, stability criteria. So here, this pseudostatic method, how these earthquake forces are considered. See, as I told that from seismic data, we are getting zone-wise what will be the zone factor for a particular zone. For fifth zone, as it is seen in the last yesterday lecture, I think that for fifth zone it is 0.36. So on the basis of this zone factor, we are considering inertia force in the horizontal direction and in vertical direction. In pseudostatic method, what it is done, the inertia force is considered that what is the seismic acceleration coefficient we are getting. This seismic acceleration coefficient multiplied by weight of that weight portion will give us the corresponding inertia force. Either it is in vertical direction or is in horizontal direction. So in pseudostatic method, in that way the seismic forces are considered. Now thereafter, the development of this method is done in pseudodynamic method. What it is done, the time and phase difference is considered in pseudodynamic method. It is seen that in pseudostatic method, only one jerking we are considering. But if we go for field condition, it is not like that a single jerking is occurring. There are a number of waves traveling, number of waves are propagating. So due to the propagation of those number of waves, there may be a significant change. This is considered in pseudodynamic method. Again, there are different pseudodynamic method. I will come in the next place. Then numerical method, that means the whole soil structure system, maybe it is soil or maybe it is structure, is divided into number of elements, and for each element the stability is considered. Then as a whole the stability criteria is considered, and also we can perform the experimental study. So again, if we consider the pseudodynamic method, in pseudodynamic method there are again further development. In the first case, when we are considering body waves, that means only primary waves and shear waves are considered. When we are considering total seismic waves or total seismic energy, in that case, in addition to body waves, the surface wave, one surface wave is Rayleigh wave, is also considered, and it is significant in case of surface structure, because for the surface structures it is seen that 60% or 67% of the energy are taken by this Rayleigh wave. So this total seismic energy methodology is developed. Thereafter, the modified pseudodynamic method, in which the damping of the soil is also considered. Now here throughout this presentation, as I mentioned, that I will see that seismic stability of slope. First, the pseudostatic method is considered. So in pseudostatic method, in analytical procedure, when we are considering a circular rupture surface, the number of strips we can divide this circular portion, this wedge portion I should say, this wedge portion we can divide into number of strips, and we are considering that the circular arc portion is having center at O. So for each strip, what are the forces acting under pseudostatic loading condition, we are calculating those forces, and then we are taking the moment of those forces. All the detailed calculations are given here. And then, as I mentioned, we are calculating factor of safety, as it is non-linear rupture surface. So we have to take the moment equilibrium. So resisting moment by overturning moment will give us the factor of safety. Now, pseudodynamic method. In pseudodynamic method, to take into account the time and phase difference, say same slope, if we are considering, we are taking same strip, then for that strip, to calculate the inertia force, what we have to do, we have to take one strip at a depth Z, we have to take one strip, and in that strip, what is the inertia force acting, we are calculating that inertia force, and thereafter integrating that inertia force over the whole depth, we are calculating the total inertia force, and rest of the things are same. Thereafter, we are, after getting the inertia forces, we are taking the moment, and then we are calculating the factor of safety. Now see here, while we are calculating the factor of safety, we have seen that this factor of safety is a function of numerous number of terms, Ks, Kv, beta, C, phi, all these things. Now, if we see for all the cases, the equation which is generating for factor of safety, some terms are constant for a particular slope and some terms are variable. Here we can see the variable terms are T by T and slope angle. So wedge angle, sorry, not slope angle, wedge angle. So with respect to wedge angle and this T by T, we are optimizing this factor of safety to get the optimized value of factor of safety. Then total seismic wave analysis. That means in addition to body waves, primary waves and shear waves, the surface wave, that means Rayleigh wave, is also considered in the analysis. Now again, same procedure. It is just, I have to say that modification of pseudodynamic method. In pseudodynamic method, initially developed pseudodynamic primary wave and shear waves are considered. But here, in addition to these two waves, this Rayleigh wave is also considered. And for that, one parameter, this wave number Kr is introduced to calculate the seismic acceleration in horizontal direction and in vertical direction. And thereafter, following the same methodology, these seismic inertia forces are calculated, and thereafter factor of safety is calculated. Now, modified pseudodynamic method, that means in that method, the damping of the soil is also considered. Now, to consider the damping of the soil, this Kelvin-Voigt model is used, and in that model, what it is represented that the shear strength of the soil is a function of this shear strain and soil viscosity. And to calculate this viscosity, we are using this damping D of the soil. And thereafter, introducing this D, we are calculating the displacement in horizontal direction and displacement in vertical direction. From those, we are getting the horizontal inertia force and vertical inertia force. Once we are getting this acceleration for different methodology, our aim is to calculate this acceleration. Once we are getting this acceleration, then rest of the procedure is same. Now, sometimes it might happen that the soil is too low. The stability, no way we are able to attain the stability factor of safety is coming less than 1. In that case, we can provide reinforcement in the slope. Below the slope, we can provide reinforcement. Very well-known reinforcement for slope stability are geotextile, geogrid. So while we are introducing this reinforcement, we have to calculate that what will be the reinforcement strength required. And this requirement we can calculate on the basis of seismic forces also. And the equation is given over there. Now, sometimes it might happen that our height of the slope is say 5 meters, 6 meters, even 7, 8 meters, and this slope may combine different types of soil. Here, 2 types of soils are considered, and then pseudodynamic method is introduced to calculate this factor of safety. Now, when we are considering 2 types of soil, at the interface, the waves which is propagating from the bottom of the earth, these waves, some portion of this wave may reflect and come back to the opposite direction. See, this is the reflection, and some portion may go into the upward direction. So the amplitude of the transmitted wave is given by that equation, and then impedance ratio is given by that one. Considering this, we are calculating inertia force, acceleration, and after getting those acceleration for 2 different layers, we are calculating inertia forces, and then finally the factor of safety. Now, some models we have suggested. What are those models? Considering pseudostatic method, using pseudodynamic method, using total seismic wave method and modified seismic wave method. But which one will be acceptable? To identify that one, what we are doing, we are performing some experimental study using a shake table. And then to perform this experiment, we have to find out the soil properties. So these are the soil properties used in the experiment. And reinforcement, geotextile and geogrid both are used in the experiments. And these are the geotextile and geogrid properties. And to develop this experimental procedure, initially, this is our setup, and soil is filled up in a perspex box in such a way that using this super source system, the soil will flow through this tube under gravity. That means just under gravity, the soil will be filled up over there. So after filling up soil up to certain layer, then we are providing reinforcement, and then after providing reinforcement, again we are filling and we are preparing the slope like that way. We can also go for numerical analysis to justify or to find out ultimately which will be the best one. So on the same slope, we are performing the numerical analysis using available software, or we can also develop our own numerical model. So these are the input parameters used in this numerical analysis. Here Plexus software is used, and this reinforcement which are introduced in the experimental study, same reinforcements are used over there. Then the numerical studies are conducted, and these are the soil parameters which are used in the numerical study. So to evaluate those factors of safety and to identify and find out the best solution, thereafter a comparison is done. What are the factors of safety we are getting on the basis of variation of different parameters, and which one is giving us more reliable result in comparison to experimental and numerical study. So these are the variation of factor of safety with respect to seismic acceleration C. When horizontal seismic acceleration is increasing, our factor of safety is going to be reduced. Again, depending upon the different types of method, this is the factor of safety which we are getting using pseudostatic method, and whereas this is the factor of safety which we are getting using our modified pseudodynamic method. Then, as I mentioned that in case of surface structure, the effect of relief wave is significant. See, here, if the relief wave velocity is varying from 10 meter per second to 80 meter per second, the variation of factor of safety here we are getting near about 1.28 or so. It is going to be reduced to even 0.9 or less than 0.9, 0.85 or something like that. So we can say that the effect of relief wave on stability of slope is significant. Now, effect of damping ratio. Factor of safety, when damping ratio is 5%, this is the factor of safety. Obviously, if we increase the damping ratio, factor of safety of the slope will be increased. And when the slope angle is increased, the factor of safety is going to be reduced. Now, required reinforcement strength. Obviously, if slope angle, if it is increased, the required reinforcement strength will be more. And if our soil strength is more, here you see this dotted portion, that means 5 means in one term it representing the soil strength. Soil strength is more, our required reinforcement strength is less. In case of two-layer soil, this is the variation of factor of safety with respect to damping ratio. This is the variation of factor of safety with respect to another soil parameter, cohesion, I should say. Now, if we are bearing the soil strength, that means phi strength, then with respect to the variation of phi, this is the variation of factor of safety, and with respect to slope angle, this is the variation. With respect to the unit weight variation, this is the variation of factor of safety. Now, on the basis of experimental study, we are studying the variation of water content of the soil. If we vary the water content of the soil, then what will be the maximum RMSA amplification factor? This is just a calculation of one acceleration in terms of RM as a root mean square value. So say, in case of unreinforced, this is the value of this RMS, though it is not affecting significantly. But in case of 3-layer geotextile and 3-layer geograde, these are the value. There is not so much significant effect. But in case of horizontal displacement, which is effective parameter for slope stability, see the variation. In case of unreinforced slope, see, this is the parameter, this is the variation of horizontal deformation. But in case of 3-layered and geotextile, 3-layer geogrid, there is not so much significant maximum horizontal deformation variation, though we are varying the water content. So this effect is significant when we are introducing reinforcement, the stability criteria, see how this is affecting. Now we can also vary this RMSA amplification factor along with the normalized height of the slope, and these are the variation of RMSA amplification factor, and these are the variation of horizontal displacement. Here again we see there is enormous horizontal displacement when the soil is unreinforced in case of different frequency level. Now for numerical study, again, in case of unreinforced slope, this is the deformed shape of the slope after the numerical load application, and in case of reinforced slope, this is the deformed shape. This is the variation of horizontal deformation. This red portion represents that portion of the slope under this load is going to be failed. Here, this is the vertical deformation. In case of reinforced, this is the horizontal deformation. Now, if we compare these two, see, zone of horizontal deformation in case of unreinforced slope is much more with respect to the reinforced slope. Here also, this is vertical deformation for unreinforced slope. This is vertical deformation for reinforced slope. This is the variation of time acceleration plot. If we are plotting this curve for unreinforced, 3-layer geotextile, 3-layer geograde reinforced, or comparison of acceleration at the top of the slope. So all these are representing for different types of slope, this time acceleration plot. Now, for validation, what we are doing, the results which we are getting on the basis of analytical model, that result we are comparing with numerical study. And here you see, on the basis of pseudodynamic analytical logarithmic spiral model, the factor of safety is this one we are getting, but on the basis of numerical analysis, we are getting this is the factor of safety. Now, if we compare this failure surface, in case of numerical study, this is the failure surface. We are just superimposing the failure surface which we are getting on the basis of analytical study. So this is the failure surface. And if we compare numerical study and experimental study, so this is the failure surface on the basis of numerical study, just close. This is our on the basis of experimental study. And in case of two-layer soil, these are the comparison of factor of safety under static loading, under dynamic loading. This is the comparison of your failure surface. So ultimately, what can we say? That analytical models studied using different seismic loading application method and considering different failure surface method. And numerical and experimental studies are conducted on that particular soil slope. After that, results of the numerical and experimental analytical studies are compared and suggested an acceptable model. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shimagosh, for your nice presentation. And she has discussed different methodology for stability of the slope, different analytical method, numerical method, as well as the experimental method, which is the great research interest nowadays. So it is a very elaborate discussion for the research scholar to start their research work with the different methodology for the time dependent load and the time independent load. So thank you very much. So now the question answer session.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. Let us move on to the question answer session. Ma'am, let us wait for a few seconds so that we can get our questions. Yeah, if there are any questions, we'll mail it to you, ma'am. You can clarify them at any point of time. Let us go to the quiz session. Ma'am, I request you to take up one question from your lecture so that our participants can participate in it. Okay, I think the question is on screen.
Yeah.
The question is, name one surface wave. I repeat, the question is, name one surface wave. Participants can drop your answers in the comment section. Ma'am, we are having a question popping up now. Would you mind answering it, ma'am? Can I read it out for you? Ma'am, unmute your mic, ma'am.
What are your comments on the changes of the soil properties due to physical and chemical weathering? Yeah, there are lots of changes, though this area we have not studied, but obviously there will be effect of this weathering, and nowadays it is the burning point to consider these changes in the analysis of stability of the soil structure.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We have one more question.
Earthquake is due to the intensity of plate tectonics. Is it that the plate tectonic occurs continuously? Yeah, plate tectonics occurs continuously, but when this movement is above the certain limit, then only these are considering. Otherwise, the continuous movement, generally these are not affecting our civil engineering structure. These are automatically taken care of. But the measure movement, say when magnitude is above 5, above 6, above 7, then we are considering those movements. Citation walls help slopes in village. Yeah, obviously, this wall, obviously, they will help the slope. This is another type of retaining wall we can consider in the analysis or stability of slope. Obviously, they will affect the stability. And generally, we are providing this citation wall in case of hilly areas to construct the road.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. I think we can wind up this session. And I would like to thank all our speakers for spending their valuable time with us amid different time zones. And thank you once again for our convener and co-convener, also for organizing committee for smooth functioning of ASSHEE 2020. And thank you everyone for being patient with us and for actively participating in the technical session. I think we can wind up our technical session for now. Yes, ma'am, you want to say something?
Yeah, thank you, Pooja, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
It was a great pleasure having you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
everyone.
Thank you for chairing the session, sir.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
We'll meet up once again for the valedictory session. Thank you.
Okay.
The ASSHEE International Workshop was formulated in 2019 by NIT Agartala through an international collaboration with Russia, Finland, and Italy. It achieved an overwhelming success from the students, young scientists, engineers, and professionals, not only in Asian countries, and African countries like Nigeria, but also in developed countries like Russia, Finland, Italy, and Japan. The ASSHEE is now a phenomenal international platform to exchange knowledge, expertise, and experience for benefit to the society, particularly to the young students, researchers in the field of earth sciences, earthquake engineering, civil engineering, and seismic hazard mitigation. NIT Agartala reckons you to join ASSHEE 2020 for a wholesome experience in the field of advanced seismology, seismic hazards, and earthquake engineering.
Sir, Ruben
Yes.
sir yet to join. So do you wait for Ruben sir?
Yes, he told that he will join.
Sir.
Maybe, yes. Maybe another 3-4 minutes, and then and he will join in the middle. No problem.
Okay, sir.
And if chairman sir has already come, then you can start. And chief guest, all are joined now.
Yes, sir. Chairman sir already joined, sir.
Then I think slowly you can start. He will try to join, Ruben said.
So let us start, sir.
Yes, yes, yes.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Valedictory session and cultural events of Second International Workshop on Advanced Seismology, Seismic Hazards, and Earthquake Engineering, Theory, Simulation, and Observation, ASHEE 2020, organized by NIT Agartala. I would like to seek permission from our Honorable Director, Professor H.K. Sharma, sir, to start our valedictory function.
Please move on, please.
Thank you, sir. Let us begin our valedictory session by welcome speech from our convener, Dr. Seema Ghosh, HOD Civil, NIT Agartala. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Pooja. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me welcome our Honorable Director, Sir, Professor S.K. Sharma, Chairman of this today's function. Sir, in true sense, you are the guardian of all us, and even a one or two sentence when you are telling with us, it is inspiring us lots, and I think also today's your word will inspire our students as well as participants. I welcome you, sir. Professor Harsh K. Gupta, President, Geological Society of India. Sir, I am very much grateful to you, sir. You have given your valuable time for this valedictory session. I welcome you as to grace the function as chief guest of this valedictory session. Professor Antolina Pedersen, seismologist at OGS, Center for Seismological Research, Italy. Madam, I welcome you to grace the function as guest of honor. Professor Mehdi Jare, professor at International Institute of Earthquake Engineering and Seismology, Iran. Sir, I welcome you to grace the function as guest of honor. Professor Raghukant STG, Associate Professor of Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Madras. Sir, I welcome you to grace the function as guest of honor. Not but least, our Honorable Professor J.R. Coyle, sir, retired Deputy Director of Geological Survey of India, who is guiding me to conduct this workshop. Not only this workshop, sir is also guiding me as my guardian. So, sir, I welcome you to this workshop as in valedictory session, sir. Thank you. Over to you, Pooja.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request our chairman, Honorable Director of NIT Agartala, Professor H.K. Sharma, sir, to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar. Good afternoon. And I like to thank Dr. Seema for the kind words. But I like to express that I am not the chairman. Chairman are these people, great people. We have got Professor H.K. Gupta and of course Ms. Padam Shri. It's a pleasure basically to see him on the virtual platform. Otherwise, it was very, very tough. Last time also we tried hard, but we could not get you into the campus. Along with that, Professor Antonella Parison from the Italy, of course, he helps our institute time and again. Professor Mehdi Cherif from Iran, Dr. Raghukant from our IIT Madras, the institution which helps NIT Agartala in all ways, every time. Our Professor R.P. Sharma, and very, very importantly, every member of the organizing team, which has taken pain basically to organize this international workshop another time. So it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be in the valedictory session of advanced seismology, seismic hazards, and earthquake engineering theory, simulation, and observations. And it was a pleasure to note that number of lead lectures from the different countries like Russia, Italy, Japan, Iran, etc. Were delivered. And I'm sure that all the participants, and along with my faculty members, research scholars, and students, they must have acquired certain avenues and aspects by which even they can start their research work. And that's what basically is the beauty of organizing these all kind of conferences and workshops, and that is what very, very meaningful. So this is something wonderful. But I have got basically something to say over here. Very first, like I have got my MTech program over here in seismic science and engineering, like how basically I can strengthen. Now, when we have got stalwarts basically connected on this virtual platform, then it will be my pleasure that my organizing secretary interact with everyone else. And now boundaries are crossed from this pandemic. And I'm really happy basically to have the visiting professors so that our students of master degree program get the exposure in a true sense. And of course, in the laboratory also, they could cross the boundaries and could get the exposure elsewhere. So we will be very happy to have the visiting professors, number of them. And I just look forward so that an international exposure in a true sense our students can acquire. So this is my interest basically, which I like to see. And of course, from their contribution and from their suggestions, how basically we can have the world-class facility over here. If any resource is required or anything else is required, Institute will be very happy to help to the department, and will provide all kind of things whichever required to have the international standard, center over here in terms of the seismology, because this is a very, very prime concern. Because when we look at this geographical region, then we can understand that it's a seismic zone 5th, which is very, very vulnerable. So only I was talking, to one of the official of the government. Then the government says in any of the zone, if any time any earthquake is there, then mind it that the government is not going to sustain. Next time in the democracy, people are not going to vote. So these kind of impact is there. Therefore, I like to see that this center is enriched and established over here, which is a world class. So this is what I appeal to my department of civil engineering over here. And rest of the things, of course, number of eminent speakers, a number of eminent persons have taken lectures. But certain things which comes to my mind, let me share with all of you. And of course, some of you can think in that particular direction. We have got, of course, civil engineering over here, and some of our professors are there who are specialized into the structural engineering also. Can we have those kind of structures which are beautiful and can withstand to the rain and of course the earthquake without harming any of the person of the country? Can we start from here? Just look into that direction. Of course, it looks hypothetical at this moment of time, but nothing is hypothetical when we talk about. If we try hard and of course keep on working, then sometime we like to achieve it. So can we have this kind of beautiful, beautiful structure? Can we start something into this particular direction? Another cause of concern which I want to send, of course, the time is very limited, number of people are there, so I want to finish out very, very soon. But only the point, another thing which I like to emphasize, that is, can we start working on the sensor even before 5 minutes? If we can come to know that in this particular zone something can happen. Can we predict something? Can we have the sensor laboratory over here? Can we start working something like, for example, we have got the satellite by which tsunami, the damage caused by the tsunami can be stopped. Can we have the inner Earth satellite kind of things, and of course sensor kind of things by which even before 5 minutes, if we are able to predict something is going to be wrong, I think it's going to be the great for the society as a whole. And very, very interestingly, I just want to share with all of you. I just was reading somewhere else and listening then what was happening from the earthquake? There is an impact on the, of course, height of the hills. And of course, like Mount Everest, the people started claiming about it. So just look at that, how basically it is impacting to the height of the, these all hills and, mountains. So like the point is, this is another area basically which you can think of. But of course, these are my hypotheses and imaginations, which I shared with all of you, though rest of number of you must have heard beautiful lectures out of this international workshop. And I'm pretty happy to share, the organizing secretary told me that at more than 3,000 people listened to one particular lecture. So nothing more credible than that. And I therefore feel that it was a grand success. It was a very, very good, good one, and they had taken lead to organize it. Again, therefore, I like to wish all the people who are there at the virtual platform and they spare time from their hectic schedule are with her. And very, very importantly, I like to thank our Professor Kayal, who is our guardian of civil engineering department, especially in seismology, and who is helping from all sides, to us. And we look forward having beautiful things in this particular direction. With all these words, I thank you all very much for giving me an opportunity to share a platform with you. And I wish that these all events will, add in near future also, and will keep continuing. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Director, sir. Thank you for your supporting words and for sharing your opinion. I thank you once again. And now I request our chief guest, Padma Shri Professor ASSHEE Gupta, sir, President, Geological Society of India, to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
A very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I must say that I'm very impressed the way ASSHEE 2 has been organized. And we just listened to Dr. Sharma, who said that over 3,000 people have attended talks. And I believe that they are participants from more than 30 countries. So in a nutshell, ASSHEE has been a very successful meeting, and I must compliment Kayal Saab, Seema Ghosh, Dr. Sharma, and everyone else connected with it, which made it possible. Now, Dr. Sharma also pointed out on some issues which can be immediately addressed. He mentioned about some early warning. Actually, earthquake early warning systems are operational in many parts of the world, particularly in Japan, in Taiwan, in Mexico, parts of USA. And these are the systems which give you a warning, because all the damage is done by the surface waves and the shear waves, whereas an earthquake is detected from the first PE arrivals, the longitudinal waves. And depending upon the distance of the earthquake from the place, you can get a notice of 2 or 3 minutes time. We are trying to install this system in Uttarakhand, in central Himalaya. But I think a ideal place to set up this system would be in the vicinity of Agartala, in close to the seismic zones, which are not very far away from Agartala. So that would be a wonderful thing to do. I'm also very happy to see that international experts like Madam Person and Mehdi Zare, old-time friend, and many other, Ruben, are all involved with it. So that gives a lot of strength to this kind of a meeting. I can also make one offer in case Dr. Kayal and others feel up to it. We can bring out a special issue of the Journal of the Geological Society of India, focusing on the deliberations of this ASSHEE 2020 and 15-20 papers which are properly peer-reviewed, etc. It would be a wonderful thing. We had done a similar thing for the 50 years of the Koina earthquake in 2017, and that issue has been globally appreciated. So this, you may like to look into it. Once again, I want to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and I really am very happy to be associated, and I wish you all well, and we look forward to success of this and future activities of NIT at Agartala. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your motivational words. Now I request our chief guest, Professor Antonella Parasin, seismologist at OGS, Center for Seismology Research, Italy, to address the gathering and share your experience. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for providing me the opportunity to participate in these outstanding events. I'm very grateful to the organizers, Dr. Simon Ghosh and Professor Kayal, for involving me in this event. I really appreciated very much the variety of lectures that have been provided during these days that offer to the participants a very broad and international, but also a critical overview of the diverse elements which are involved in seismic hazard and in risk assessment. So I think this is a very good background both for students and researchers that want to go deeper in the different aspects that were presented. It is, I would like to mention that it is with immense pleasure and gratitude that my memory goes back to 1 year ago when I had the opportunity to visit NIT in Agartala, and I participated in the first international workshop. That was really a great experience for me, not only from scientific, but also from, let's say, human point of view. And pleased to mention that since that time we kept in touch with several of the participants. One important thing I would like to mention is that during this year, which passed since the last workshop, we signed an agreement, my institute, OGS in Italy, signed an agreement with NIT, which intends to promote the collaboration on aspects of statistical seismology, but also scenario-based seismic hazard assessment. So even if this, let's say, this agreement, this collaboration was slowed down by the COVID emergency, still, I want to say that this is not stopping, and I really look forward to see this collaboration growing up in the near future. And I hope we will be able to apply to promote research through joint projects, and we will be able to exchange visits. But as I could see from this workshop, also online collaboration is really feasible until we wait for this emergency to conclude. So I thank you once more, and I would like to leave you with my gratitude and sincere wishes to have the possibility to meet you in person in a very near future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. It was great pleasure having you here. Thank you once again. Now I request a guest of honor, Professor Mehdi Zare, who is professor at International Institute of Earthquake Engineering and Seismology, Iran, to address the gathering and to share your experience. Over to you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm still receiving the person. Thank you. Oh, I should start. Okay. Right now, may I start?
Yes, sir. You
Dr.
can start.
Ghosh, I start?
Yes, yes, please.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, please.
Yes. Thank you very much. I am very honored part of this excellent experience, international virtual community of the seismologists and earthquake engineers. And I do believe that this is a new way of science acting as scientists in the days that coronavirus has affected all parts of our life. And I think that in some way, this way of living, scientific living, will continue even after the termination of corona virus pandemic. Therefore, I think that this communication and scientific relations form of webinar is a good way to be started from the time being, and it has been well started from your side, and I hope that in the coming years we observe the better performance from even uh, more program and extended and more sophisticated. In order to, I want workshop basis for the advanced seismology and or something to say advanced seismology and earthquake engineering might be as a form. It might be developed in the form of an international society or a forum, international forum for the seismologists, in order to be added to this community, a new community that in the world of earthquake science, and we may arrange it in a better form to go through the real and important problems of the people of the world in the coming years, in the coming century, with the earthquake hazard and risk. I think that this might be a good start for having such international forum. I suggest to establish our group may be a center or in a form of preliminary group to suggest such international forum of advanced seismology in the 22nd history. And we may have a program for 2021 to 2030, a decade that will start in a couple of days. Therefore, these are the things that I think might be useful and might be interesting to be included in our future program. And if there is an intention to establish an international forum, I am fully ready to collaborate and be a part of this program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts. I request our another chief guest of honor, Dr. Raghukant STG, Associate Professor at Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Madras, to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
So first of all, good afternoon to all of you. I want to just say two things. The first thing is, like as all of you know, like our IIT Madras and NIT Agartala has a MOU where your, I think third year students, they do final year at our department and then they join us as a direct PhD students. So now I have got one student from NIT Agartala. Many students have come, and I just want to say that your students are extremely good, and in some courses they're I think they are much better than even our IIT graduates itself, and they're very affectionate and they're very obedient and others. So our department is extremely happy with NIT Agartala students itself. So I think the entire credit goes to the faculty members of NIT Agartala who has built such very good students. And the second thing is, of course, regarding the conference, if Professor Kayal is there, means definitely, it will be rigorous and very intellectual kind of a thing. So I think the conference was very excellent also. And I hope, the NIT continues this tradition of conducting this conference every year. And I hope to visit, this NIT Agartala in future itself. And the last one is, of course, as the director mentioned, so if we require any help in structural engineering, geotech, that transportation or environmental, civil engineering point of view, our IIT Madras is always there to help these things also. So thank you so much for inviting us, and all the best.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. I thank you once again for spending your valuable time in spite of your busy schedule. And now I request one of our participants of ASSHEE 2020 by name Ravi Shankar Vaishnav, a student of IIT Bombay, to share his opinion about ASSHEE 2020. Welcome.
Hello everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You can go on.
Yes. The people around me are very not very sensitive about the earthquake hazard. The workshop has provided a good insight to look on these hazards. Professor Medhi Zare has provided a good insight in seismic gaps that earthquake can occur in those gaps. And I was thinking that my area is very stable, I think, but it has changed my insight of looking at this thing. And the ASSHEE workshop has provided how the researchers and engineers are doing and preparing against those earthquake hazards. And I got to know about the perspective of different professors from different countries. Like Professor Jim Mori has explained that they haven't think that earthquake will occur in the Tohoku in 2011 based on the 400 years of data, but it occurred, and they gave a characteristic info of tsunami. I want to say that it was very good workshop, but if we think, I am not from an engineering background, so it was very hard to understand the content that was based on engineering thing. And I think that there should be more animations to explain those parts of the workshop, and it was very demotivating, I think. Okay.
Thank you, Ravi Shankar, for your valuable feedback. Now I request another guest of honor, Professor Ruben Tatevosian, who is head of Asian Seismological Commission, to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Well, dear friends, I think this workshop is a rather unique event in the sense that somehow it was able to combine very basic things which should be started with up to the front line of today seismological problems. And this is, I think, very valuable issue of this workshop. Another thing which I would like to highlight and to stress as a very important achievement of this workshop, that though the focus is mostly on regional problems, nevertheless, it somehow was able to combine, to shed a light to very, let's say, global problems too. And this should be for a benefit for students, especially, to have an idea of how wide, let's say, is the field which they want to study. And in this sense, also very useful that very wide scope of presentations were included in the schedule of this workshop. Again, this is, I think, for benefit of students, so they can make their choice if they still don't know what exactly would be interesting for them. And this is, I just would like to say that I am in this field for more or less 40 years. From time to time, I thought that if my choice of the profession is right or not, but the organizers starting the sessions 8 in the morning in Moscow, they feel me very firm in this decision that this was very good choice, that I am a devoted seismologist to wake up and to start the sessions at 8 in the morning. Well, but okay, but jokes aside, I would like to say many thanks to the organizers, because I even can't imagine what huge efforts they have to spend to be able to make such an event in these really hard times. And I think we all should be very grateful. I mean, the invited speakers, to the organizers who could make this event as a real success. Thanks a lot. I am very grateful, and I think that we share, all of us who are invited to this workshop, this feeling. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your words of encouragement. Now I call upon one more participant from Greece by name Stergos Karkalas to share his experience.
Hello to everyone. Greetings from Greece. I'm Karkalas Stergios. I'm undergraduate student of Geology Department of Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. I belong to the Department of Seismology and Geophysics. It has been a great opportunity to be part of this workshop. I really enjoyed it, and it was very informative. I have a little bit difficult with time difference, but overall I was happy to be part of it. I'm looking forward for more workshops like this, and thank you very much about the invitation to speak and all of the workshops. It was very grateful.
Thank you, Karkalas. Thank you for your constructive feedback. We have one more participant, Arun Chare. I guess Arun Chare is joining us. Let us wait for a few seconds. He'll be joining us. I think he's facing some technical issues. Let us move to the next part. Coming to the last part of the function, I request our co-convener, Professor J.R. Kyle, sir, retired Deputy Director of Geological Survey of India, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Pooja. Thank you. This is my very pleasant job to really express our heartfelt thanks and gratitude. Our NIT Director, Professor R.K. Sharma, he is always there to not only to support, but also to encourage, inspire, and to save us from the crisis, rather to support us even in the crisis time. Because I think this virtual workshop was little easier than what we did in 2019. There was a Bandh strike in Northeast India, and in just one day before it started of our workshop, and in that crisis, the convener had to decide whether to go ahead or not. And she is a very positive, powerful lady. And I said, what is your power? She says, my students are my power. And then director gave her the green signal. They could not meet each other. On telephone, director from Agartala Institute gave her green signal, you go ahead. If you want to inaugurate the conference in Agartala city, you go ahead and take the post facto sanction afterwards. So that was how we started this international workshop just in 2019. And this year, that time we decided we will have it every year for the benefit of our students and young researchers around the country and also in surrounding countries. So on that decision or on that perspective, Professor Seema Ghosh also proposed that let us have it, the virtual workshop. And for that also, director gave us all support and encouragement. So, sir, we are so much grateful and thankful to you for continuous support and encouragement in the crisis. Thank you so much, sir. And again, convener had a great desire that she should bring our top leader of geosciences in the country, the leader of geosciences, the most senior, most respected personality in the field of geophysics, in the field of geosciences, and in particular in seismology. He is basically a seismologist and with a background of geophysics and geology, everything. So last time we could not get him because of the AGO meeting. It clashes with the AGO meeting. This time he said AGO meeting is there, but since there is a time gap, I can manage to inaugurate your session. I will be attending the inaugural session. And then at the last moment, at the 11th hour, yesterday evening, I requested him, sir, you also grace the occasion of Valedictory session. He said, yes, I am so much occupied, but still I will be with you. So these are the leaders and guides who always support and encourages the event for the cause of the society. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Professor Gupta.
Thank you.
Then our another big support from NIT Agartala is Professor R.P. Sharma, more popularly known as Richi sir. On behalf of director, because of some technical problem, director could not be present in the inaugural session, but Professor Sharma, Professor Richi sir, he inaugurated the session and he is always supportive to such type of event. We thank you so much, sir, for your always kind support and affection to us. Then our guest of honor, they're also our stalwart speaker of the workshop, Professor Antenol Operation, then Professor Rukant, then Professor Medijare, and Professor Ruben. They're all here to be in this Valedictory session. And they always just on the return mail, they will say, yes, we are with you. We will be printing papers. We will give you all support. And that is in literally true in a sense that they are in communication with our students, with our research students, MTech students, and they are trying to help with the knowledge, with the software, with collaboration, everything. So our deep gratitude and heartfelt thanks to all the foreign speakers and presently who are sitting as a guest of honor in the chair as a guest of honor, like Professor Antonola, Professor Raukant, Professor Medijare, and Professor Ruben. So students are strength of Professor Seema Ghosh, and the foreign friends are strength of the whole NIT, for the whole community of earth sciences in our country. Thank you all very much. Then coming to speakers, sir, we had, for your kind appraisal, we had some 15 lectures organized from the field of advanced seismology, from the field of seismic hazards and earthquake engineering. And it was well balanced by 5 foreign speakers, stalwart speakers, eminent speakers, and by 10 Indian eminent speakers like IIT Hyderabad, IIT Madras, and there are one more IIT from IIT. Then we had people from GSI who spoke on active faults, people from IIT Kharagpur. So they all joined as a speaker. Professor Chakraborty from IIT Kharagpur, Professor Raghugan from IIT Madras, Professor Somala from IIT Hyderabad. And there are also speakers from NIT. There are 2 speakers from NIT, including Professor Seema Ghosh and Professor Saha. So all the speakers did their great job. They took us from the, from the grassroots to the high level. Particularly, professors, we had a lecture also on tsunami. Apart from seismic hazards and the engineering, geology, engineering, earthquake engineering, civil engineering, seismology, we also had a wonderful lecture on tsunami. When he was speaking, or when other eminent speakers were speaking, I was remembering the words of Professor Kalam, that one good teacher, a good friend, and learned teacher is equivalent to 10 libraries. So I wrote to my students that what you will not learn reading 1,000 papers, you will learn in 1 hour lecture from professor like Jim Mori or others, Professor Antanola, Professor Somala, Professor Zare. So all are eminent speakers, and I made them to attend. The students who are already in industry or already in the new institute as a PhD scholar or as a professor, I all make them to participate in this workshop. And it was it's great satisfaction that 30 countries, there are so many European countries, then Russia, then all Asiatic countries like Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Bhutan, and all Asian countries like Vietnam, Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia. There was tremendous, support or tremendous response from all the countries, including Nigeria, from Africa also, from South America, from Chile, Peru, so Somalia, Albania. So to name a few, there are some more than 35 countries who joined to this workshop, who made us really proud and really great satisfaction that it went so well. Then all this event could be possible. Again, in Madam Suma Madam's words, that my students are my strength. Our student really worked day and night to make it such a level, to make it a great success. You can see how they are not a computer engineer and how they organize this. And I like that. For every lecture, before that they give 30 seconds signal that now the speaker should be ready or participant should be ready. Now the bell is ringing. I think that I liked so much. So that is, I think, they are our students' innovation that they have made this. And then they made a virtual tour for the NIT Agartala. Beautiful campus we have seen. Every day we enjoyed that, the virtual tour to NIT campus. So thanks to all students who are in the front and who are behind the screen. All students I thank on behalf of the organizing committee, on behalf of this convener and co-convener, on behalf of myself. I thank you all. Then our students are very rich in their cultural activities that we have seen in 2009. That is also a bit of that is included in the, in that tour to NIT Agartala in that video. So the inaugural session and also the valedictory session, there is a little bit of cultural activity, and that is also by NIT student. I think it is Miss Isfita Mukherjee. I think she is here. I can see her. So our event is not only hardcore science like hardcore geology or seismology or mathematics or engineering, but there is human touch with cultural touch. This event becomes more enjoyable and more powerful and more gracious. So I thank one and all for making this event such a grand success, and thank you all. This is really I can go on speaking, but I have to stop somewhere. So I stop here and thank you again. And Pooja has done a wonderful job by anchoring the whole program. Some 15 lectures, and for 5 days she has done a wonderful job. Thank you, Pooja. Now over to Pooja.
Thank you for your such a kind word, sir. And I would like to seek permission from Honorable Director Professor H.K. Sharma, sir, and our co-convener Dr. J.R. Kayal, sir, to conclude the valedictory function. With your permission, I will be concluding it, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for all your presence and giving your valuable time to us. And now I request Ikshita Mukherjee to host the cultural event. Over to Ikshita. Ikshita, unmute your mic, yeah.
Hello.
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. So good afternoon to all of you who make this international workshop a grand successful one. We owe our heartiest thanks, heartiest regards to each and everyone who made this venture so fruitful and a memorable one. Thank you so much. Now to conclude the ASSHEE 2020 on a sweet note, we the student members have organized a small cultural program for the participants. With this overwhelming response from participants worldwide, even in this challenging pandemic situation, the feeling is something that we cannot express in words. So once again, thank you from all of us from deep core of our hearts. Now to begin the event with a musical and pious note, I, Ipshita, would like to quote a slok from our Rig Veda that speaks about harmony and peace.
Sangachhatvam Sambhadatvam Sambo Manamsi Janatam Deva Bhagyam Yatha Purve Sanjanana Upasate Sangachhatvam Sambhadatvam Sambo Manamsi Janatam Samano Mantraha Samiti Samani Samanam Manaha Sahachitamesham Samano Mantraha Samiti Samani Samanam Manaha Sahachitamesham Samanam Mantra Abhimantra eva samane namo havishajuhomi sangachadvam samvadatvam sambo manamsi janatam samaniva kuti samanam vidayaniva samanam astuva mana yatha suhasate Sangachhatvam Sangvadatvam Sambo Manamsi Janatam. It means, come together, speak together, let our minds be all of one accord, as the gods of old sat together in harmony to worship. Let our speech be one, united our voices. May our minds be in union with the thoughts of the wise. Sharing a common purpose, we worship as one. Let our aims be one and single. Let our hearts be joined as one. United be our thoughts. At peace with all, may we be together in harmony. Thank you so much.
With the blessings of Almighty, let's proceed to our next presentation. Herein, we are having amongst us one of the renowned singers of Tripura. Not only Tripura, his melodious voice has won millions and millions of hearts worldwide. And the most joyful thing is that he is an ex-student of our college, NIT Agartala. So he is none other than one of the jewels of Tripura, Shushobhan Bhattacharya. Welcome, Dada. So, what we are waiting for? Let's directly see
जब दीप जले आना, जब शाम ढले आना, जब दीप जले आना, जब शाम ढले आना, संकेत मिलन का भूल ना जाना, मेरा प्यार ना बिसराना, जब दीप जले आना, जब शाम ढले आना। जब दीप जले आना, जब शाम ढले आना। जहाँ पहली बार मिले थे हम, जिस जगह से संग चले थे हम, जहाँ पहली बार मिले थे हम, जिस जगह से संग चले थे हम, नदिया के किनारे आज उसी हवा के चले आना, जब दीप जले आना, जब शाम ढले आना। निरेगा रेगा मागरे ससनी पवा मारेगा सनी सगा पवा साँझ सवेरे मिलते हैं नित साँझ सवेरे मिलते हैं उन्हें देख के तारे खिलते हैं नित साँझ सवेरे मिलते हैं उन्हें देख के तारे खिलते हैं तेरे तुझे कहते आना जब दीप जले जब शाम संकेत मिलन का भूल ना जाना मेरा प्यार ना बिसराना जब दीप जले जब शाम ढले आना जब दीप जले आना जब शाम ढले आना
That was
Thank
indeed
you.
a marvelous presentation. Thank you, Dada. Thank you so much. We are well known about the saying, music is a piece of art that goes in the ears straight to the heart. Anyways, we are heading almost towards the end of the cultural event. So here I would like to remember a beautiful creation of our Nobel laureate Rabindranath Tagore. So I'm concluding the musical session with a song that speaks about the eternal flow of joy in the universe, which in the vision of the poet can be perceived only when our soul is liberated from all the bindings of narrow self-interest.
আনন্দধারা বহিছে ভুবনে আনন্দধারা বহিছে ভুবনে দিন রজনী কত অমৃত রস উথলি যায় অনন্ত গগনে আনন্দধারা বহিছে ভুবনে পান করে রবি শশী অঞ্জলি ভরিয়া সদা দীপ্ত রহে অক্ষয় জ্যোতি পান করে রবি শশী অঞ্জলি ভরিয়া সদা দীপ্ত রহে অক্ষয় জ্যোতি নিত্য পূর্ণ ধরা জীবনে কিরণে আনন্দধারা বহিছে ভুবনে বসিয়া আছো কেন আপন মনে স্বার্থ নিমগ্ন কি কারণে বসিয়া আছো কেন আপন মনে স্বার্থ নিমগ্ন কি কারণে চারিদিকে দেখো চাহি হৃদয় প্রসারী ক্ষুদ্র দুঃখ সব তুচ্ছ মানি চারিদিকে দেখো চাহি হৃদয় প্রসারী
So thank you. Herein, I would like our co-convener, Sir Kayal Sir, to conclude ASSHEE 2020 through his few motivational words. Sir, please.
Thank you so much, Ipshita. Thank you so much, Ipshita, for presenting a wonderful cultural glimpse of Tripura for in this event. So I think our event is full with knowledge, with emotion, with culture, with heart. I think we all have done a good job. So thank you all, thank one and all. And we close our session for this year today, now. Thank you all.
Very well done.